sentence you to life in confinement without parole.
That's f***ing horse shit. You do whatever the f*** you want.
Why are they shutting my mic off?
I'm the federal witness of the United States federal government. I demand some goddamn respect, you. All I did was trespass on property.
Ma'am, you gotta create the community that you want to live in.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
All right, good morning. I'm Judge George, and I'm here for the purpose of conducting the first appearance calendar. There are a few things that I need to go over with you prior to beginning the calendar, so please listen carefully, as this will help you to have a better understanding of the nature of today's proceedings. I'm not here to try your case or take a plea in your case. Instead, I'm here to determine whether you need the assistance of an attorney, to tell you what you were charged with, whether a bond has been set in your case, and if so, how much that bond is, and to advise you of your next currently scheduled court date. Some of you will have unrestricted bonds, which may be cash, commercial, or property bonds. If you post a cash bond, you'll deliver the full amount in cash to the sheriff of this county, who will hold it until your final court date and then return those monies to you. If you post a property bond, you'll need to find someone who has equity equal to 3 times the bond amount that's willing to pledge the deed to that property as collateral for your return. For example, if your bond is $2,000, the property will have to have at least $6,000 worth of equity in it in order to be used to secure your bond. If you go through a commercial bonding company approved by the sheriff of this county, you'll have to pay that company a certain percentage. That percentage is usually around 15%, and that percentage will not be returned to you. In the event that you have special conditions on your bond that prohibit you from contacting certain people or going to or around certain places, please understand that I do take those conditions very seriously, and if you were to violate the court's order, you could be charged with aggravated stalking. I want you to be aware of certain rights you have. You have the right to remain silent. Should you give up your right to remain silent, any statement you make may be used against you as evidence at any hearing or trial. You have the right to indictment by grand jury for most felonies and by accusation for misdemeanors. You have the right to a speedy and public trial by jury. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, you can ask the court to appoint one for you. For those of you who are charged with misdemeanors only, I want you to listen to me very carefully, because you will have the option of waiving your preliminary hearing. If you waive your preliminary hearing, it speeds up the process. You are saying that you believe that there is probable cause in your case and you would like to go ahead and resolve your case as quickly as possible. So your case will be bound over to state court to go ahead and try to resolve your case quickly. If you would like a preliminary hearing, that preliminary hearing will be on June the 7th. Let me have you all raise your right hands. Do you swear? Everybody raise your right hand, please. Gentlemen in the front, I don't see your right hand raised. All right. Do you swear or affirm the information given before this court today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right. And so I'm going to start with the females.
First up, let's go. Right here. Tell your name.
Bradley, Julia Bradley.
Julia Bradley. All right, Ms. Bradley, you are charged with driving with no license. Your bond is $1,000 on that charge, and given a false name, address, and date of birth, your bond is $1,500. You have a total bond of $2,500. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yeah.
Or you want to talk, or would you like to speak with your attorney?
I'm sorry, say the last one again.
Would you like to waive your preliminary hearing, or would you like to speak with your attorney first?
I would like to speak to my attorney.
Okay, your preliminary hearing is going to be on June the 7th at 8:30 via Zoom. Thank you.
Next.
Shalay Farrington.
Ms. Farrington, You're charged with obstructing driver's view. Your bond is $500, and simple battery, your bond is $2,500. You have a total bond of $3,000. You have special conditions to stay away from Jamarcus Taylor. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You indicated on your bond order, man, that you work, but you didn't indicate how much you make per month. How much you make per month?
Oh, 5, 6.
How much?
5, 600.
500 or 600?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I'm going to appoint one to represent you. Would you like to waive your preliminary hearing, or would you like to speak with your attorney first? Would you like to waive your?
If I waive, what do I mean when I waive it?
Okay, I'm gonna put you down for a preliminary hearing because I just explained that, ma'am. It's on June the 7th at 8:30 via Zoom. Thank you.
Leave the pen. And this.
Hernandez?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Hernandez, you're charged with improper lane change. Your bond is $500, and driving under the influence, your bond is $5,000. You have a total bond of $5,500. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, ma'am, or would you like to speak with your attorney first?
And what does it mean if I waive?
I'm sorry?
What does it mean if I waive?
I'm gonna put you down for a preliminary hearing scheduled for June the 7th at 8:30 via Zoom. Thank you.
Next.
Nikina Lowry.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Ms. Lowry, you're charged with unlawful conduct during a 911 call. Your bond is $2,500 for that, and obstruction of an officer, $2,500. You have a total bond of $5,000. You must not violate any laws while out on bond.
Judge?
Do you work, ma'am?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry,
Do you
Judge.
work, ma'am?
No,
Okay,
due to this, I lost my job, and
okay. Well,
I didn't commit a crime, Judge. Huh?
I'm gonna appoint an attorney to represent you. Would you like to waive your preliminary hearing? Or would you like to speak with your attorney first? Okay, I'm gonna put you
I
down.
refused the attorney because I didn't commit a crime, Judge.
Okay, all right. Have a good day, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. They told me they said I can ask these questions.
No.
Oh, I'm confused.
Okay.
I'm
Take a
sorry.
seat, man.
So what amount is she?
Hello, I'm Brigadier Pruitt David.
Okay, good morning, Ms. Brewer Davis. You're charged with financial transaction card fraud. Your bond is $6,500. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You have a preliminary hearing scheduled for June the 8th at 8:30 a.m. And you didn't fill out your court-appointed attorney form, man. Are you gonna hire your own attorney?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Monique Wilcox.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Wilcox, you're charged with criminal trespass. Your bond is $2,000 for that charge, and terroristic threat, $6,500. You have a total bond of $8,500. You have special conditions to stay away from Kristen Gray, Anaya Stacker, and Jalen Johnson. You can't return to 7545 Tara Road, apartment 323 in Jonesboro. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. I've indicated on your bond order that you can make an appointment with the sheriff's office within 10 days of your release to go get any personal belongings that you have there. You have a preliminary hearing scheduled for June the 8th at 8:30, and you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Thank you, ma'am.
That's the last thing going on.
Thank you.
She has it.
All right. Jalen Green?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Green, you're charged with driving with no insurance. Your bond is $1,000. Violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, $6,500. And possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime, $6,500. You have a total bond of $14,000. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. You have a preliminary hearing scheduled for June the 8th at 8:30 via Zoom. Thank you, sir. Mr. Green?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Green, you're charged with battery. Your bond is $3,500. You have special conditions to stay away from Jonathan Reeves. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, sir?
What that mean?
Okay, we'll put you down for a preliminary hearing. You can speak with your attorney. Thank you.
How you doing, Your Honor?
Hi, are you Mr. Hammond?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Hammond, you're charged with simple assault. Your bond is $3,000. You have special conditions to stay away from Michael Jerome Pearson. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, sir? Or would you like to speak with your attorney first?
I'm good.
Okay, I'm gonna let you speak with your attorney first. Your preliminary hearing scheduled for June the 7th at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Amari Logan.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Logan, you're charged with criminal trespass. Your bond is $3,000. You have special conditions to stay away from Teresa Doucette. You can't return to 303 Wilburn Street in Jonesboro. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, sir, so I am going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing, sir? Would you like to speak with your attorney first?
Wait.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Are you Mr. McClendon?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right, Mr. McClendon, you're charged with battery. Family violence is your second offense, which makes it a felony. Your bond is $6,500 on that charge. Criminal trespass, $3,000, and cruelty to children in third degree, $3,000. You have a total bond of $12,500. You have special conditions to stay away from Avia Matthews. You cannot return to 4076 Tara Drive. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You have a preliminary hearing scheduled for June the 8th at 8:30 via Zoom, and you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, sir. Thank you.
You said June what, ma'am?
June the 6th.
All right.
All right, June 8th, sir. June the 8th. Are you Mr. Merkman?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Merkman, you're charged with violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act. Your bond is $6,000 and possession of marijuana less than an ounce. Your bond is $1,500. You have a total bond of $7,500. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, so I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You have a preliminary hearing scheduled for June the 8th at 8:30 via Zoom. Thank you, sir.
And you said 15% with a bondman?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Davna Vemaxi.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. You're charged with theft by taking, sir. Your bond is $2,000. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You didn't fill out your court-appointed attorney. Are you going to hire your own attorney?
No, ma'am.
Do you work?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you wish to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes, ma'am. Your Honor.
Thank you.
You know how long it take, Your Honor?
It's usually within 10 days that your case goes upstairs to state court.
It goes upstairs?
Yeah, so you can resolve it if you like.
Oh, I just want to waive it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Corey Pullins.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Pullins, you're charged. You have two separate cases. Your first case, you're charged with battery family violence. Your bond is $4,000. Simple battery, $2,500. Cruelty to children in first degree, $6,000, and cruelty to children in third degree, $2,500. Then you have separate charges for another incident for defective headlights, $500, and possession of marijuana less than an ounce, $1,500. You have a total bond of $17,000. You have special conditions to stay away from Desiree Ellington and LeBron Cleveland. You can't return to 3110 Mount Zion Road in Stockbridge. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. I've indicated on your bond order that you can make an appointment with the sheriff's office within 10 days of your release to go get any personal belongings that you have there. Sir, for your second case, the defective headlights and possession of marijuana, you can waive your preliminary hearing for that, or you can speak with your attorney. Which would you like to do?
Wait.
Okay, thank you.
You said the total was 17,000?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Scott?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Scott, you're charged with violation of seatbelt law. Your bond is $500 for that charge. Violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, $8,000. Possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, $6,500, and driving on a suspended license, $1,500. You have a total bond of $16,000. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You have a preliminary hearing scheduled for June the 8th at 8:30 via Zoom, and you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are you Mr. Wade?
Yes, how you doing?
Hi. Mr. Wade, you're charged with criminal damage to property in the second degree. Your bond is $6,500. You have special conditions to stay away from Nakia Campbell. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. You have a preliminary hearing scheduled for June the 8th at 8:30 via Zoom, and you do qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Hey, Mr. Williams?
How's it going?
Yeah, Mr. Williams, you're charged with theft by shoplifting. Your bond is $2,000, given a false name, address, and date of birth, $1,500, and obstruction of an officer, $2,500. You have a total bond of $6,000. You have special conditions to stay away from the Kroger at 8059 Tar Boulevard in Jonesboro. You must not violate any laws while out on bond. So you didn't fill out your court-appointed attorney form. Are you going to hire your own attorney?
Yeah, I want to represent myself.
Do you want to waive your preliminary hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
We're now streaming live on YouTube. The parties have announced that they're ready to proceed with this morning's preliminary hearing. On the record, we have State of Georgia versus Ronchez Joshua Thompson, warrant number 2022 CW 52125. Present for the state we have Cheryl Freeman. The defendant is present and incarcerated in Clayton County Jail. Represented by Ms. Rhonda Hill. You may proceed with your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I ask the jail to mute yourself? Thank you. Officer Lloyd, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to affirm that the testimony about to provide in the matter of State of Georgia versus Ranchez Thompson will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please tell us your name and how you're employed.
D'Amica Lloyd. I'm a police officer with Clayton County Police Department.
How long have you worked with the Clayton County Police Department?
A little over a year, about a year and a month.
Ma'am, were you working with the Clayton County Police Department on May 7th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And on that particular date, were you dispatched to the incident location at 563 Briar Hill Court in Riverdale, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to that location, who did you speak with?
I spoke with the victim.
And the victim, is that Miss Tiffany Butler?
Yes, ma'am.
What did Miss Butler advise you that happened?
Well, she was afraid at first. She didn't want to speak. She stated that he was a good friend of hers and she didn't want to tell what happened. But I talked to her for a little bit and she stated that her male friend had she went to sleep and she woke up with him kicking her in her face.
Did she indicate the name of the male friend?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is that?
Mr. The offender. I can't think of his name.
Is that Mr. Ranchez Thompson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor. I was leading.
Judge, I don't believe that is we are here. I stated in the beginning of when I swore the officer in, State of Georgia versus Ranchez Thompson.
In regards to your objection, I do sustain it. I actually think that Ms. Lloyd needs to be the one, Officer Lloyd should be the one saying it. I do understand I've said it as well as you, Ms. Freeman, but I'm going to sustain it and ask Ms. Lloyd to, clearly identify the offender, the accused in this charge in her testimony.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lloyd, do you recall the offender's name?
Yes, Mr. Ranchez Johnson. She actually showed me a picture of his driver's license.
Okay, and again, what is his last name?
Thompson.
Okay. When Ms. Butler advised that Mr. Ranchez Thompson was kicking her in the face, did she sustain any injuries as a result of that?
Yes, her eye was swollen, her right eye was swollen shut, and her face was swollen on that side.
Were there specific injuries to any structures on her face?
Her nose appeared to be broken. EMS was out with her, but she refused to go for care. She stated that she was going to go to the hospital later with her friend. So we didn't know exactly to the extent her injuries were. But from what I seen, her nose appeared to be broken. Her eye was swollen shut and her face was swollen on the right side.
At the time when you got to that location, was she still bleeding?
No, she didn't have any blood on her. Her face was just swollen.
Okay. Was Mr. Thompson still on the scene?
No, ma'am. It was actually at her friend's apartment.
When you responded, just so we're clear, you responded to the friend's apartment.
Yes, ma'am.
And what apartment did the incident actually occur?
She stated it was at her apartment. Her friend found her at her doorstep when she had came home.
Did the friend indicate what Ms. Butler's demeanor was when she found her on her doorstep?
She was crying. She said that she was going in and out of consciousness. So she had called EMS.
Did Mr. Thompson reside with Ms. Butler at this location?
She didn't specify as to whether he lived. She just stated that they were friends. She was in fear of him, so she didn't give me a lot. I actually had to keep coming at her to actually tell me what happened because she didn't want to report it.
Officer Lloyd, you stated earlier that she showed you his driver's license. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it the actual license or a picture of the license?
She had taken a picture of his license.
Did all of this happen in Clayton County?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Ms. Williams?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Officer Lloyd, when you made contact initially with the victim, did you speak with the victim first or did you speak with someone else first?
I was speaking to, at first, when I first arrived on the scene, I spoke to EMS. They were attempting to treat her. So when I walked in, I asked them, you know, what was going on first because, well, a couple of them were assisting her. So I asked whomever was available what the situation was.
And what did they say the situation was?
They they just stated that she had been beaten and hit in the face and that she didn't want to seek care. So once they left, I was able to speak with her then.
Okay. And her testimony initially was that her male friend did this to her?
Yes, ma'am.
And she did not want to disclose the name initially?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were there any other witnesses?
Yes, ma'am. She had a female friend at the home, the resident of the home where she was.
Okay. And who was that friend?
I can't even remember. I'm sorry, I can't remember what her name is.
Okay. Do you want to reference your police report?
Yes, ma'am.
To refresh your recollection? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It was Tabitha Brown.
Now, did Ms. Brown, did she witness the incident?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So what statements did Ms. Brown give?
Ms. Brown, she told, well, because the victim, Mrs. Butler, she wasn't going to tell me what his name was. So Ms. Brown told me that if she didn't, that she was going to tell me. So she suggested that the victim tell me who he was. So once the victim told me that it was Mr. Ranchez, then the witness agreed with her. Because she's like, if you don't say it, then I'm going to say it.
So Ms. Brown actually said it first?
No, the victim, Mrs. Butler, stated what his name was. Ms. Brown stated that if she didn't tell her, that she would tell me who he was.
And how would Ms. Brown know who he was?
She was familiar with their friendship or relationship, and I guess she knew of past situations with them.
Okay. But Ms. Brown didn't witness the incident, though?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. All right. So, Officer Lloyd, are you trained in medical practice or anything?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And she did not go to the hospital, you said? I'm sorry, the victim did not go to the hospital, Miss Tiffany Butler?
She stated that she wasn't going with the EMS, that she would allow her friend, Miss Tiffany Brown, or Tabitha Brown, to take her after we all left.
Okay. All right. Did you take any pictures?
Yes, ma'am. They were submitted with my report.
Okay. And at the time of the incident, so was it was Ms. Butler clear about who? So you said she showed you a picture of the defendant's driver's license to indicate that that was him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Did she state why this incident occurred?
She stated earlier they had an argument because she stated Mr. Ranchez had taken her debit card, and she approached him about it, but she stated it wasn't any money on there. He didn't take anything off of it or whatever. He gave her card back, but I guess he's still, I don't know, once she went to sleep, she woke up to being kicked in the face by him.
Okay.
So she believed that's what led to the incident.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Do you have any redirect, Ms. Freeman?
No additional questions, Judge. The state rests.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Ms. Hill, do you have any witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
We can proceed with the closing, Ms. Freeman.
The state waives opening.
Ms. Hill?
Yes, Judge. Given the testimony here today, I would move this court to reduce the charges from aggravated battery to battery. And I ask that you do that because I don't think the testimony here today was sufficient to show that the victim suffered a loss of uselessness in a member of her body. I mean, they've made statements that her eye was swollen or that her face was swollen, but she at no time received medical attention to show that indicate that it was useless or that any parts of her body became useless as a result of the alleged attack on the victim. The officer is not trained in medicine and is not an authority to indicate whether or not, a member of her body became useless. And so for that, at the very least, based on the testimony, we ask that you reduce it from an aggravated battery to a battery.
Judge, the state is asking that the aggravated battery charge be bound over to Superior Court. Officer Lloyd testified as to what she could visibly see, that Ms. Butler's eye was swollen completely shut. And that certainly fits under the description of rendering a part of her body useless. She could not use that eye at that time. In addition to her, the entire side of that face was swollen. So based on the information given by Officer Lloyd regarding what happened between Ms. Butler and Mr. Ranchez Thompson, we're asking that the charge be bound over to Superior Court.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. Based on the testimony and evidence provided to the court this morning, I do find that there is sufficient probable cause to bind this matter over to the Superior Court of Clayton County for further prosecution, and that is the ruling of the court. Thank you all, and you can excuse your witness, Ms. Freeman.
I'm busy.
Good morning. We're now streaming live on YouTube. Today is Wednesday, May 25th, 2022. This is the preliminary hearing calendar for the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. I am Judge Bridgewater. As I call the calendar, please give me your announcement on how you will proceed in your case this morning. First case is State of Georgia versus Jerry Bland.
State's ready. And Attorney Morgan, I did send an email with a consent bond. We have been working on trying to do a consent bond in this issue, Judge. And I did just get an email from Ms. Baskin. There had been an issue with Mr. Bland. He has almost like duplicate warrants. And I did get a response back from Ms. Baskin that some of those warrants were recalled by Judge West. but for some reason, they still show in the system as active, but she did confirm that she recalled them.
And Judge, I think our only logistical problem would be getting the jail to acknowledge that. And so I'll deal with classifications with that as well, but I still need to talk to Ms. Freeman very briefly. I think we will work this out, but I need to talk to Ms. Freeman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Morgan and Ms. Freeman. State of Georgia versus Miguel Chadwick.
Judge, that officer is actually out on vacation through the end of this month. And so if we can't get it resolved, we would ask that it be rescheduled.
And I'll move to dismiss for one prosecution. With that being said, I guess for a couple of reasons. Number one, vacation is not, it's court. Vacation does not trump court. So for that reason, Your Honor, I would ask to dismiss for one of prosecution. While I wait your ruling, I will speak with Mr. Chadwick in the meantime. Thank you.
And Judge, this is the first time it's on the calendar.
Actually, I can give you a ruling on that one now, Mr. Rogers. I'm going to deny dismissal. I actually remember Mr. Chadwick from first appearance. I know he's in custody for 2 weeks at this point. So I'm going to allow the state to reset it. If you still want to speak to your client, you're more than willing to, but I'm going to allow the state to have a continuance of this matter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, Mr. Rogers. State of Georgia versus Billy James Coleman.
Judge, on that case, because I saw that it appeared on the calendar, that was a misdemeanor, so it shouldn't be on the calendar. And then the other charges for Mr. Coleman are scheduled on a different date.
Yeah, I only see one charge on my calendar.
Right.
I'll have Ms. Baskin look into that.
Right. He has a set of felonies that we had him on another previous day and they were continued, but the one that's on your calendar now is a forgery in the 4th degree. And it's a misdemeanor.
Okay, we'll have this one set to a misdemeanor calendar. More than likely next week. State of Georgia versus Orlando Colquitt.
That was a bond previously done.
Thank you. State of Georgia versus Kirkland Ellison.
That was a bond previously done.
And I did sign the waiver for Christian Espana yesterday on 5/24. So the next case would be State of Georgia versus Jerome Gordon.
That was a bond previously done.
Thank you. State of Georgia versus Kevin Louis Jacobs. Louis Jacobs, my apologies.
The state's ready.
Good morning, Judge Bridgewater, Rhonda Hill for Mr. Jacobs. I'm gonna need to pre-try that with my client.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hill. I also see where we did a waiver for Mr. Marshall Lawson on 5/24.
Yes,
and
Judge.
A bond waiver for Willie Lynch on 5/23. So the next case is going to be State of Georgia versus Mona Alexis Marquez.
1 second, Your Honor. Let me double check and see. At last check, we had not reached that officer. The state's ready.
And I need to hold on that one, Your Honor, speak with Ms. Marquez this morning.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. State of Georgia versus Deterial Murphy.
The state's ready.
Judge Stanley, yes, Stanley Schoolcraft is assigned that case. He has a co-defendant with our office.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Davis. I hope this is one that he says that he has.
And Judge, I have not heard from Mr. Schoolcraft this morning, so I'm not sure if he's in another court or not.
Okay, Ms. Baskin, can you check on Mr. Schoolcraft and see if he's going to appear this morning in regards to Murphy, or even if he's aware of this assignment, I guess is the question as well.
Okay, I didn't put him the Zoom link, but I'll check in with him and see where he is.
Thank you. State of Georgia versus Rajante Murphy.
The state's ready, and that's the co-defendant to John Terrell Murphy.
Your Honor, Mr. Rajanta Murphy canceled my video visit with him, so I would need to pre-try with him to see if he's planning on hiring an attorney. But either way, I'll need a continuance as I've not spoken to him. And this is a very serious case.
And the state would have no objection, Judge. It's a murder case.
Okay. All right. Continuous granted, Ms. Pleasant. But I'll let you speak to him to confirm if he's going to hire his own attorney, and we can confirm what date to go forward on after you speak to him.
Thank you.
State of Georgia. No problem, Ms. Pleasant. State of Georgia versus Jackson Keith Neese.
Judge, this officer is also out on vacation through the end of this month. And if we can't get it resolved, we would ask that it be rescheduled. I believe that's Mr. Rogers' case.
Yes, ma'am. And Your Honor, I make the same motion to dismiss for the same reason that vacation does not trump court. So I would dismiss for warrant of prosecution, Your Honor.
I understand, Mr. Rogers.
And Judge, this is the first time this case has been on the calendar.
Thank you, Ms. Freeman. All right, Mr. Rogers, I'm going to allow the state to have a continuance in this matter. But if you want to speak to your client, or do you want me to go ahead and give you, we can confirm the continuance date if you still like to speak to your client. But
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
going to allow the state to be continuous. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I still want to speak to him, though, just so the judge knows. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. State of Georgia versus Antonio Mila Sanchez.
That was a bond previously done.
Okay. Thank you. State of Georgia versus Waddell Kimani Phillips.
The state's ready.
It's a likely bond waiver, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And we signed a fast track for Mr. LaTerrence Russell on 5/23. The next case would be State of Georgia versus Timothy Dean Shepard.
That case, Timothy Shepard was dismissed previously.
And Courtney Sweeting had the fast track on 5/23. So the next case I'm showing is State of Georgia versus Ronchez Joshua Thompson.
State's ready.
Rhonda Hill for Mr. Thompson. That one will be a hearing.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hill. State of Georgia versus Kawalik Miquel Valentine.
Judge, that officer is in training through June 6th. And so if we can't get it resolved, we would ask that it be rescheduled.
Your Honor, that's mine too. I'm going to be moving to dismiss that one, both for warrant of prosecution and for the fact that the charge that is alleged, there's no basis offered to support that charge. It never should have made it past first appearance as charged. Mr. Valentine is charged with less than an ounce of marijuana is what he is alleged to have been in possession of. He's charged with purchasing it. There's no purchase price mentioned. There's no discussion of him using the word buy to acquire the marijuana. There's case law, Jackson v. State, that says that there has to be mention of that there has to be some price involved or a purchase for it to be a purchase. So for the fact that the officer has failed to allege that any purchase via any mention of money or that Mr. Valentine said he was buying anything. He said that he was getting something is what the allegation says in the report, to get, not buy. And we're talking about less than an ounce of marijuana. This at most should be a misdemeanor possession. But since the officer's not here, I would ask that it be dismissed for warrant of prosecution, or any alternative that Mr. Valentine receive an OR bond if it's not going to be dismissed for warrant of prosecution. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. I'll take that motion under advisement.
And Judge, I will say, this is the first time the case has been on the calendar.
All right, Ms. Freeman. Thank you for letting me know that. State of Georgia versus Anthony Deshaun Webb.
State's ready.
That's a likely waiver of some sort. I just need to speak with Mr. Webb this morning.
Okay. State of Georgia versus Alonzo Allen Wilkinson.
State's ready.
Same announcement. It's probably going to be a waiver of some sort. I'll probably need to speak with the state about at least one of the charges, but.
Okay. State of Georgia versus Therese Tiante Williams.
State's ready.
And Attorney Schoolcraft also had that case.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Davis. We'll wait for the announcement with the Schoolcraft. State of Georgia versus Joshua Shane Wood.
The state's ready.
And Bill Matos has assigned that case.
Okay, we'll check with him as well. Ms. Ashley, can you check with Mr. Matos on that one?
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
All right, well, all the inmates, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any information feedback?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, you can put your hands down. All right, this is your first appearance in Clayton County Magistrate Court. My name is Judge Bando. I'm not here to have a trial in your case or take a plea in your case. I'm here to let you know what you've been charged with, what your bond amount is if you have a bond set. You have certain rights that you need to be aware of. You have the right to the presumption of innocence. You have the right to an indictment by grand jury. For most felonies and accusation of misdemeanors, you have a right to have a speedy and public trial. You have a right to see, hear, and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. You have the right to compel the attendance of witnesses on your own behalf. You have the right to testify on your own behalf, and you also have the right to remain silent, and you have the right to have an attorney represent you in all stages during the proceedings. Some of you will be allowed to post unrestricted bonds. What that means is you'll be able to, if you have a bond set, you'll be able to go through a commercial bonding company and post your bond directly through them. And they take about 15%. So if your bond is $2,000, for example, then they would take $250. You will also be able to post that bond by posting the cash directly to the sheriff's office. So for example, again, if your bond is $2,000, you will post the total amount of the $2,000 directly to the sheriff's office. And when your case is concluded in total, they'll refund that money minus some administrative fees. The third option is that you can use real estate. If you use real estate, it has to have 3 times the amount of equity in the property to be able to secure your release. So for example, again, if your bond is $2,000, then that property would have to have at least $6,000 worth of equity in order for you to be able to use that property to secure your release. Some of you will have some of you will have special conditions placed on your bond as a condition of a grant of bond.
Some of you will be asked not to have contact with a certain person and also prohibited from returning to a certain location. If you have contact with a certain person or return to a location that I've asked you not to go back to as a condition of bond, your bond could be revoked. You could also be charged with aggravated stalking, which is a felony, and you would not be entitled to a bond for the duration of your case. So please keep that in mind if you have a bond that has special conditions as a grant of bond. The preliminary hearing dates for misdemeanors is May the 31st, and for felonies is June the 1st. What a preliminary hearing is an opportunity for you to have the state prove that it is probable that you have committed the crimes as alleged. So for whatever your crime is, they would have to prove just what I said, that it's probable that you have done what you are accused of doing. Again, if you want a misdemeanor, the next time you'll be in court will be May the 31st. And if you're charged with a felony, your court date will be on June the 1st. With that being said, I'll get started with the females. The first person that I have is Miss Benz.
Pay attention for me, all right? Step right here in front of me.
All right, Ms. Benz, you've been charged with theft by taking. Your bond is $2,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on May the 31st. And based on your application that you've completed for your court-appointed attorney, I have approved that. Do you have any questions for me?
No.
All right, thank you.
Play. Months and your next.
Are you Miss Clay?
Hey, yes.
You're Miss Clay, is that correct?
Yes.
Miss Clay, you've been charged with driving on a suspended license. Your bond is $1,500. Your court date for your preliminary hearing is on May the 31st. If you make your bond, you will not have to come to court on that court date. You'll get notice in the mail when to come to court. Do you have any questions?
I've been to court on May 10th. I want to know, how did I get this, how did my license get suspended if I've been to court?
It says here that you did operate a black Dodge Charger after your license to operate a motor vehicle had been suspended by the Georgia Department of Public Safety due to your second conviction of no insurance. That's the allegation. Your license is suspended because you have 2 convictions for driving without insurance. You'll have a trial date at some point, so you can dispute that charge, but for purposes of now, your preliminary hearing is on May the 31st, and I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any additional questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank
you.
Ms. Munson?
Carrie.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Munson, you were charged with 2 counts of violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act. Based on the warrantless arrest affidavit, I find that there's insufficient probable cause, so your case has been dismissed. I do want to caution you that the district attorney's office or the solicitor's office could pick this case back up, but for purposes of today, those charges have been dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Ms. Perry?
Thank
Court's still going. Yes. How much you next?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Perry, you've been charged with theft by shoplifting. Your bond is $2,000. You cannot go back to the wholesale food located at 4855 Jonesboro Road in Forest Park, Georgia, as a condition of your bond. Do you understand that, Ms. Perry?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your preliminary hearing date is on May the 31st. I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Ms. Thomas, you've been charged with trafficking marijuana. The law does not allow me to set a bond on your case at a first appearance. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be on June the 1st. Your bond hearing date is going to be on June the 3rd. How much money do you average a month? You didn't put that on this application.
I didn't know if you was talking about on me, like.
No, just
that I brought
how
in,
much do you have? Are you employed? Do you have,
I'm
do you
in
have a
school
job?
right now.
Okay, based on that information.
Yeah, I bartend.
Okay, how much do you average a month?
Sometimes like maybe $2,000-$3,000, maybe.
Okay, based on the information, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
Ma'am.
All right, thank you. Ms. Walker?
That's a mill, Your Honor.
Oh, okay, all right. So then we finish with that. All right, Mr. Anderson?
Ma'am.
That's all the females, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right,
Yes,
thank
Your
you. Mr. Anderson, you've been charged with commercial burglary. Your bond has been denied. Your preliminary hearing is on June the 1st. Based on this application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you, sir. Do you have any questions?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to find out why my bond was denied.
You said what?
Trying to find out why my bond was denied.
Based on the allegations and your criminal history. So you'll have a bond hearing date for consideration on June 3rd after the district attorney's office and your attorney have an opportunity to talk and work something out. And your preliminary hearing date is on June the 1st. Do you have any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Boy.
All right, Mr. Boyd, you've been charged with criminal damage to property. Your bond is $2,000. You can't have any contact with Ashley Johnson as a condition of your bond. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your preliminary hearing is on May the 31st. And based on your application, you'll have to hire your own attorney. You do not qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Do you have any questions?
Yeah. I mean, no, I'm cool.
All right, if you make your bond, you don't have to come to court on the 31st. You'll get notice in the mail.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Busby, you've been charged with battery. Your bond is $5,000. You can't have any contact with Veronica Graves. You cannot return to 2507 Rex Road, Ellenwood, Georgia, 30294. If you have personal property, you can go with the sheriff's deputy within 10 days of your release to retrieve any undisputed personal property. Do you understand the conditions of your bond?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your preliminary hearing date is going to be on May the 31st. If you make your bond, you won't have to come to court on that date. You'll get notice in the mail when to come back to court. How much money do you make a month?
I don't have a job anymore. Not after I've been this today. I don't have a job anymore.
Okay, based on that information, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Harris.
Mr. Harris, you know what you've been charged with?
Yes, no, actually I don't know.
You've been charged with sexual battery. Your bond is $20,000. You can't have any contact with Shalice Williams. You cannot return to the Walmart located at 6065 Jonesboro Road in Morrow, Georgia. Do you understand that? Your preliminary, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
My bond's so high.
You just got arrested for that in DeKalb County on March the 7th, and you have convictions in different states for the same type of charge. That's why your bond is so high. Your preliminary hearing date is on May the 31st. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. You're on the bond right now for the same exact charge, sir. Do you have any other questions regarding anything else about your first appearance today? All right, thank you.
Hampton.
All right, Mr. Hampton, you've been charged with simple battery. That bond is $3,000. Criminal trespass is $2,000. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Nicole Love. You cannot return to 10761 Terra Village Way in Jonesboro, Georgia. You have 10 days from your release from custody to retrieve any undisputed personal property. Do you understand the conditions of your bond?
Yeah.
All right, your preliminary hearing date is on May the 31st. If you make your bond, you won't have to come to court on that date. You'll get notice when to come back to court in the mail. Based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
Well, if I can't go back there, the mail's still gonna go there.
No, sir. You'll have to contact the clerk's office and let them know where your address is and your attorney, and it'll go to wherever you're located.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Jackson, you've been charged with theft by receiving stolen property. That bond is $10,000 and 2 counts of theft by taking, and it's $10,000 on each count. Your total bond is $30,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on June 1st. You have been appointed an attorney based on your application. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Lanier.
What's your, are you Mr. Lanier?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lanier, you were charged with violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act, financial transaction card theft, and giving a false name, address, and date of birth. You were in that same car earlier, and based on the information in the warrantless arrest affidavit, there was insufficient probable cause for your charges. So based on that, your case has been dismissed for today. But I want to caution you that the district attorney's office may take this case back up. But for purposes of today, your case is dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Lewis.
Mr. Lewis, you've been charged with battery that bond, simple battery, that bond is $5,000. Your burglary charge, your bond has been denied. Your preliminary hearing is on June 1st. Your bond hearing date is on June 3rd. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Moat, you've been charged with theft by taking. That bond is $10,000. You've been charged with burglary. That bond is $10,000. As a condition of your bond, you cannot go back to the Red Roof Inn at 1348 South Lake Plaza Drive in Morrow, Georgia, 30260. If, I don't know if you still had a room there or not, if you did, you have to go with the sheriff's officer to retrieve any undisputed personal property. Do you understand the conditions of your bond?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your preliminary hearing date is on June 1st. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Cole. You said, Cole. I'm not. Hey, so I had to share this. The Corpus.
What's your name, sir?
Samuel McCullough. Samuel McCullough.
Hello.
Yeah.
I got it, thank you. All right, Mr. McCullough, you have been charged with simple battery. Your bond is $3,000. You can't have any contact with James Reed as a condition of your bond. Do you understand that, sir?
Right.
Your preliminary hearing date is going to be on May the 31st. If you make your bond, you won't have to come to court on that date. You'll get notice when to come back to court. Based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, when is the court date on what?
May the 31st. If you don't make your bond, that's the next day you'll be in court. It's on May the 31st, unless something happens between that and May 31st.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Well.
All right, are you Mr., what's your name?
Kadeem McCullough.
Kadeem?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. You were charged with open container violation and violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act. You were also in the same vehicle, which I found insufficient probable cause for these charges. So your charges have also been dismissed, but as I cautioned the other occupants of the vehicle, that doesn't mean that the state of Georgia will not charge you later.
Okay.
Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your charges have been dismissed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are you Mr. Palmer?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Palmer, you've been charged with battery. That bond is $4,000. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Roscoe Alexander Robinson. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your preliminary hearing date is going to be on May the 31st. Based on your application, you make too much money, so you'll have to hire your own attorney. Do you have any questions?
Yes, actually, that input that I did put on the application, I just found out I had got terminated from my job, so I don't have one.
Okay, based on that information, I'll appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, if you make your bond, you won't have to come to court on that date. You'll get notice in the mail where to come to court.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Let's go, bro.
Good morning, Your Honor. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm fine. How you doing?
I'm all right. Darius Reese.
All right, Mr. Reese, you've been charged with criminal trespass, damage to property. That bond is $3,000. It looked like you were supposed to have another charge, but they didn't charge you with it. So I don't know what happened, and it may come up before you make bond. I just wanted to caution you with that.
Okay.
As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Najla Kimball, and you cannot return to 1400 Flat Shoals Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30349. Do you understand the conditions of your bond?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, your preliminary hearing date is going to be on May 31st. And based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. If you make bond, You won't have to come to court on that court date. You'll get notice in the mail when to come back to court. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Have a good
All
day.
right, you're welcome. Thank you.
Walker.
All right, are you Mr. Walker?
Yes, I am.
All right, Mr. Walker, you've been charged with improper lane change, improper left turn. That bond is $500. Driving on a suspended or revoked license is $1,500. Driving with no insurance is $1,000. And driving with an expired or no license plate is $500. So your total bond is, what's that, $3,500. Your preliminary hearing date is gonna be on May the 31st. If you make your bond, you won't have to come to court on that date. You'll get notice in the mail when to come back to court. Based on this application, you actually make too much money, you'll have to hire your own attorney. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Witherspoon, you've been charged with simple battery. That bond is $2,000. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Carol Huff. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be on May the 31st. If you make your bond, you won't have to come to court on that date. You'll get notice in the mail when to come back to court. Based upon your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
How much you said the bond was now?
It's $2,000.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, you're welcome. Take care. Now we should decide the fugitives, right?
We have Mr. Brayer, he was continued from yesterday.
You said who? I'm sorry.
Last name Brayer. He was continued from yesterday.
They didn't send me any paperwork for him. I like nothing at all. Was he old warrants or something, or did he just get arrested? And
No, Your Honor, he was on the calendar for yesterday, but he got continued for today.
Do you know why he was continued to today?
On his answer, he ran away from the housing unit. We put him back in his room.
Well, I don't have the paperwork, so he'll have to come back tomorrow. It's kind of what happens when you don't follow instructions and comply. Now your paperwork is lost and, well, misplaced, and hopefully it'll make it here tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Next will be the two fugitives, Mr.
All right.
Duval and Mr. Swift. Right, take a seat. Y'all two come on up. Swift, Duval, come on up. They're both coming up, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so Mr. Swift and Mr. Duval, you both have been charged with being a fugitive from justice. So this is what we call an extradition hearing. All of the rights that I advised everyone else also apply to you as well, except the difference is you don't have any criminal charges pending in Clayton County. You're only here in court today because you have charges pending for you in a different state, and they are requesting for you to return to answer to those charges. Mr. Duval, you have been requested. It's been alleged that you have a current and valid warrant out of Madison County, Alabama. You know what that charge is about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they've indicated that they will extradite. And Mr. Swift, it is alleged that you did enter and remain in the state of Georgia, knowing you were wanted out of Austin, Texas, for a parole violation warrant number 037-63027, a felony in which they have also indicated that they will extradite. You can contest your extradition, or you can decide that you want to waive it and return voluntarily to the respective states that are requesting you. If you decide to contest your extradition, you'll be committed to the Clayton County Jail for an initial period of 30 days, after which time a warrant will be prepared by the governor for his signature about whether to extradite you or not. The court can consider allowing you to post a bond and is not required to do so. But for purposes of the first appearance today, both your bonds have been denied. If you do not wish to voluntarily return to the state that's requesting you, you can contest your extradition by filing a petition for habeas corpus. You can contest 4 things: whether the documents are correct, whether you're charged with a crime that actually exists in the state that's requesting you, whether you are in fact the person that is requested in the extradition warrant, or whether you are in fact a fugitive from justice. You cannot contest your innocence or guilt in the state of Georgia. You are entitled to having a lawyer to consult with you to decide whether you want to waive your extradition or whether you like to contest it. I can't let you know when to expect for your respective states to pick you up. So if you decide that you want to waive it, you need to let me know. So first, Mr. Duval, are you in fact Perry Antonio Duval III?
Yes.
All right. Do you already have an attorney that's representing you in this particular case?
No, not yet.
Do you want to contest your extradition, or would you like to waive your extradition and return back to the state of Alabama voluntarily?
I would like to go voluntarily.
Okay. They have some waiver forms there for you to sign. For legal reasons, you have to sign all 7 of them. Once you sign them, I'll sign them, and then they'll forward them to Alabama so they can come pick you up. Mr. Swift, are you in fact Willie Paul Swift?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you already have an attorney representing you?
No, ma'am. I missed something that you had said earlier. You said they said I'm what in Georgia?
No, they said that you are wanted by Austin, Texas for a parole violation. You're not charged with a crime in Georgia. You're just
I'm on parole in Georgia. I'm on parole here in Georgia.
So you're not on parole in Austin, Texas?
No, I'm on parole in Georgia. This is not making sense here.
Okay. So this paperwork I have says you're on parole out of the state of Texas.
I have an interstate compact. I'm on parole in Georgia. I'm not a fugitive. I'm on parole here in the state of Georgia.
Okay, so do you want to contest the extradition, or did you want to waive it? Because I mean, we can't deal with that here. You have to file a petition for habeas corpus to contest the fact that the documents aren't valid on their face. Which one would you like to do? You want to waive your extradition, or you want to contest it? It's your right to do so, or do you want to wait till you speak with an attorney?
Well, how long would it take to speak to an attorney?
I'm not sure. They should be within a week. I don't know. I can't tell you what day. I don't know. But sometime this week is Tuesday, so.
Yeah, because this don't make sense. I'm on parole here. I'm not on parole in another state.
I heard you. I heard you the first 3 times you said it. So you got to make a decision whether you want to wait to make a decision about waiving it or not and speak to an attorney. Because you can always waive it later, or they can get it, whatever you're saying. If what you're saying is correct, then you actually need an attorney to get this all sorted out for you. So what you gonna do?
Well, I can take it around. I go back to Texas and get it sorted out. It don't.
Okay, well, if that's what you want to do, just make sure you fill out the paperwork there in front of you, and they'll get that over there, and you can sort it out in Texas. All right, if there's nothing else, fill those forms out and get those back to the deputies. Thank you, sir, and hopefully it all works out for you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, that's everybody, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's gonna be everybody on the calendar.
Okay, all right, thank you, take care.
All right, thank you, Your Honor, have a good day.
Good morning. Would everyone that's on the calendar, please raise your right hand.
Everyone raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the information that you tell the court today will be the truth? If so, say I do, and you can lower your hands.
I do.
Good morning. This is the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. I'm Judge Bando. Today, what I'm going to do is let you know what you've been charged with, what your bond amount is if you have a bond set, and let you know what your rights are. We're not here to take a plea or to have a trial in your case today, only to let you know what you've been accused of. You have certain rights. You have the right to the presumption of innocence. You have the right to see, hear, and cross-examine all witnesses who are called to testify against you. You have the right to compel the attendance of witnesses to testify on your behalf. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to offer evidence on your own behalf. And you also have the right to have an attorney represent you if you can't afford to pay an attorney to represent you if you financially qualify. Those of you that have bonds that were set on your case, you'll have what's called an unrestricted bond, which means you can make your bond to secure your release in 3 different ways. You can do it by going through a commercial bonding company. So if your bond is $1,000, they take about 15% of that, which would be about $150. Or you can use a property bond. If you decide to use a property bond, it would have to have 3 times the amount of equity in the property to secure your release. So if your bond was $1,000, the property would have to have $3,000 worth of equity. And finally, you can post the bond cash directly to the sheriff's office. So if your bond is $1,000, you would bring the total $1,000 directly to the sheriff's office to secure your release. At the conclusion of the case, that money would be returned to you minus some administrative fees. Some of you will also have what we call a special condition bond, meaning that as a condition of being granted a bond, you are requested and ordered not to have contact with a certain person, or you may be prohibited from returning to a certain location. If you violate the court's bond and you have contact with a certain person that I've asked you not to have contact with as a condition of bond, or you return to a location that I've asked you not to return to as a condition of being granted a bond, you could be charged with a felony, which is aggravated stalking, in which you will not be entitled to bond throughout the duration of your case. So please be mindful to follow the conditions of your bond if a bond has been posted. The next time, if you do not make your bond, that you will have a court date will be for a preliminary hearing. If you are charged with only misdemeanors, the next time you will be in court is on June the 7th, if you don't make your bond. If you're charged with a felony, your preliminary hearing date is on June the 6th, if you are unable to make your bond. If you make your bond, you do not have to come to court on those dates. You will receive notice in the mail when to return back to court. With that being said, we will get started with the women first. And the first person I have is Ms. Barron. Ms. Barron, you have been charged with driving with an expired or invalid tag. That bond is $500. No insurance is $1,000, and driving on a suspended or revoked license is $1,500. So your total bond is $3,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 7th, if you don't make your bond. How much do you have a job? You left that blank on your form.
No, ma'am, I don't. I'm in the process of going to an interview. So I set up for it.
Based on that information, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Are you Ms. Fairley? You said yes?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Fairley, you've been charged with reckless conduct. Your bond is $2,000. As a condition of your bond, you cannot have any contact with Andrea Cross. Do you understand that condition?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your preliminary hearing date is on June 7th. Based on your application for appointed counsel, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Are you Ms. Griggs?
Yes.
Ms. Griggs, you've been charged with driving on a suspended or revoked license. Your bond is $1,500 and following too closely is $5,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 7th. How much money do you make a month?
I don't know.
You don't know how much money you make a month?
It's more than 1,000.
Around how much?
Maybe 1,200.
Based on that information, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you. Are you Ms. Matthews?
Yes.
You've been charged with DUI alcohol left safe. That bond is $3,000. Following too closely is $500. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 7th. Based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you.
Murray.
Are you Ms. Murray? All right. Ms. Murray, you've been charged with simple battery. Your bond is $3,000. You've been charged with criminal damage in the second degree. That bond is $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Jenna Pyra from Foster. Do you understand the condition of your bond?
Yeah.
Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 6th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? I'm sorry. Okay, all right, thank you. Are you Miss Napler?
Napier.
Yolanda?
Ma'am.
All right. You've been charged with theft by shoplifting. That bond is $2,000. Violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act is $3,000. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime is $3,000. So your total bond is $8,000. As a condition of your bond, you cannot go back to the Macy's located at 1000 South Lake Circle in Morrow, Georgia. Do you understand the conditions of your bond? I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Right. Based on the information you provided on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? Thank you. Are you new moms? All right, you have a lot of charges. You've been charged with hit and run. That bond is $1,500. Wrong side of the road is $500. No license on person is $500. Obstruction and hindering a law enforcement officer is $1,000. DUI left safe is $3,000. No insurance is $1,000, and driving with a valid or expired tag is $500. Your total bond is $8,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 7th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you. Are you Ms. Palmer?
Ma'am.
You've been charged with abandonment of a dependent or minor child. That bond is $1,500. Cruelty to children is $1,500. Your court date is on June the 6th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sanford?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Sanford, you've been charged with stalking. That bond is 3,000. Criminal trespass is 1,000. Cruelty to children is 1,000, and battery is $2,000. As a condition of your bond, you cannot have any contact with Benjamin Lotta and Kiana Jackson, and you cannot go back to 6033 Evans Drive in Rex, Georgia. Do you understand those conditions of your bond?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your preliminary hearing date is June the 6th. Based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
I am currently pregnant.
Yes, what?
Currently pregnant by Benjamin, so I'm just trying to what
So you can't have any contact with him. Now, that don't mean that the bond can't be modified at a later date. Your attorney or the district attorney's office would have to reach out to him to see if he wants to have contact with you in order for that bond to be changed. All right, thank you.
Patrick Allman?
Mr. Allman, you've been charged with criminal trespass. That bond is 500. And not paying your token of fare on public transportation is 500. Your total bond is $1,000. As a condition of your bond, you cannot go back to the Atlanta Airport MARTA station. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, your preliminary hearing date is on June the 7th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Sure. Right here.
All right, are you Mr. Austin?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Austin, you've been charged with violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act with the intent to distribute. That bond is 5,000. Possession of marijuana less than 1 ounce is 1,500. DUI alcohol less safe is 4,000, and reckless driving is 1,500. So your total bond is $12,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 6th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Belt, you've been charged with parking in a prohibited location. That bond is 500. DUI alcohol left safe is 3,000, and open container is 500. So your total bond is $4,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 7th. And based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
I was told that I was just gonna sober up here. I understand the bond. Is that still the case, ma'am?
I didn't understand your question.
Well, how much longer do I have to spend here? Is what I'm asking.
You can be released as soon as you make your bond. It's been set.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Are you Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, ma'am.
Mr. Bowman, you've been charged with violation of the driving as a distracted driver, the hands-free device, that's $500. No driver's license is 1,000. Driving with an expired or invalid tag is 500. In violation of the Georgia Controlled Substance Act is $1,500. So your total bond is $3,500. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 6th. If you don't make your bond, that's when you'll be in court. If you do, you'll come back when you get notice. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Brownlee.
Mr. Brownlee, you've been charged with driving with no tail lights. That bond is 500. Possession of marijuana less than 1 ounce is 1,500. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon is 5,000. Theft by receiving stolen property is 2,000. So your total bond is $9,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 6th. And based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. So if I post bond, the preliminary is not the same no more.
Yeah, so if you post bond, you'll get notice in the mail when it come back to court.
Free English.
All right, Mr. English, you've been charged with battery. That bond is $2,000. As a condition of your bond, you can't have any contact with Adriana Halton. You cannot return to 1365 Camellia Street in Riverdale, Georgia, 30296. If you have some undisputed personal property at that location, you have 10 days from your release of custody to go with the sheriff's officer to retrieve that whatever kind of property you have there that's undisputed. Do you understand the conditions of your bond?
Yes.
All right, your preliminary hearing date is on June the 7th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Corey and Flanor.
Mr. Flanor, you've been charged with cruelty to children in the 3rd degree. That bond is $5,000. Aggravated assault by strangulation. That bond has been denied. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 6th. Your bond hearing date is on June the 10th.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay. Aggravated assault and strangulation? I was charged with that?
Yeah. Yes. You have aggravated assault, statute 16-521, family violence. The allegation is that Stringer advised she was unable to breathe while being choked by Florino on 2 separate occasions. Stringer had visible laceration on her neck near her throat. The incident was witnessed by child Florino and Stringer are the biological parents of the same child and live in the same household.
And so right now, like there's no disputing none of this right now. I gotta wait, I go to court to dispute any of this, right?
Yeah, so you'll have a preliminary hearing where you can challenge that. The state would have to prove that it's probable, and you have a bond hearing on June the 10th to see if you, after the state has the opportunity to speak with her, and then they'll determine whether they'll agree to set a bond in your case by consent or if you have to have a hearing. So June the 6th is the preliminary hearing date. If they're unable to reach a bond on that date, you have a separate court date just for bond, which is on June the 10th. You may get bond before then, your lawyer may work something out. But if they don't work anything out, that's the next time you'll be in court for consideration of bond.
Okay, so I have one more question for you. I know I can't have contact with her, but like, how would I get, because this was out of anger, like this was out of anger.
Don't discuss your case.
Okay, so how would I have to go through communication with her? Because like I live there, all my stuff is there. Like how would I, without violating any of this?
So your lawyer that I've appointed to represent you and would communicate on your behalf, but not sending messages to her.
Okay.
All right. All right, thank you. All right, are you Mr. Forehand? You said yes? All right, Mr. Forehand, you were charged with simple battery family violence. The officer failed to list the information necessary for me to keep the case. So based on that reason, your case is being dismissed for insufficient probable cause. That doesn't mean that the state will not pick your case up at a later date. So the state could charge you at a later date once they have the name of your little brother. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Paraphernalia.
All right, Mr. Gooden, you've been charged with speeding. The bond is $1,500. The maximum limits. Reckless driving is $1,500. Driving on a suspended or revoked license is $1,500. So your total bond is $4,500. Your preliminary hearing date is on, they charge misdemeanors, on June the 7th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you.
This way, sir.
Are you Mr. Henry? Mr. Henry, you've been charged with improper lane change. That bond is $500. Driving with an expired or invalid tag is $500. Violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act is $3,000. Use or possession of drug-related objects is $1,000. So your total bond is $5,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 6th. Based on your application, I have appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions? All right, thank you. What'd you say your name was?
What, Nickel, ma'am?
Oh, okay. Mr. Minkle, you've been charged with parking in a prohibited location. That bond is $500. Leaving an unattended motor vehicle is $500. Violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act is $3,000. So your total bond is $4,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 6th. So you refuse to fill out the application for an appointed attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'll indicate here you're going to represent yourself or hire your own attorney. All right, thank you.
Elijah Merriweather.
All right, Mr. Merriweather, you've been charged with criminal damage to property. That bond is $2,000. Obstructing or hindering emergency telephone call is $3,000. Battery is $3,000. As a condition of bond, you cannot have any contact with Sharnice Settler. You cannot return to 9358 Deer Crossing Drive in Jonesboro, Georgia, 30236. You have 10 days from your release from custody if you make bond to go with a sheriff's deputy to retrieve any undisputed personal property that may be at the location. Do you understand the conditions of your bond?
Yes, ma'am.
Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 7th. Based on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
Yes, can you tell me the total ones again, please?
Your total bond is $8,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Reese, you were charged with red light violation. That bond is $500. Driving with no license is $1,000. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 7th. It appears that you also refuse to fill out your form, so you'll have to hire your own lawyer or represent yourself. Do you have any questions?
One question, I think that my bail being paid already, my bail bond.
Yeah, your bond is ready, so you can bond out. It's already set. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Jarvis Shedder.
Mr. Shedrick, you've been charged with violation of Georgia Controlled Substance Act. That bond is $3,000. Crossing a roadway other than a crosswalk is $500. Your total bond is $3,500. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 6th. Are you working? Is that what that strikeout line? Does it mean you're not working or are you working? All right, based on that information, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
No, ma'am.
Are you Mr. All right, Mr. Spear, you're Mr. Spear, right?
Right.
All right, Mr. Spear, you've been charged with theft by taking. That bond is $2,000. You cannot return to 501 South Lake Cove in Jonesboro, Georgia, 30236. Do you understand the condition of your bond?
Yeah, George, but what I got a problem. I'm saying, I ain't got nobody. I got money in my house and I got money in the bank, but I ain't got nobody to go get it for me. So
Well, I'm gonna appoint a lawyer to represent you based on this information. So they're gonna help facilitate their process to do what they need to do to help you secure whatever you need to do to get bonded out.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. All right. Mr. Thomas, you've been charged with driving under the influence. That bond is $4,000. Open container is $500. Obstructing a law enforcement officer is $1,000. Serious injury by vehicle is $4,000. So your total bond is $9,500. Your preliminary hearing date is on June the 6th. And based on your information on your application, I've appointed an attorney to represent you. You have any questions? No questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you. George, and that concludes all the issues that we have today. The court.
Yeah, add-on. Y'all didn't bring it down? Yeah, Quintavious Carr.
What's his last name, Your Honor?
Carr, C-A-R-R. They sent the paperwork for him and said he was booked in on a probation violation, and then they realized he had a WAA. Well, if y'all don't
we'll get him, Your Honor.
Okay, all
He's
right.
We'll get him, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, good morning, everyone. Today is May 24th, 2022. This is the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. First appearance this morning, Judge Knight's presiding. We are here this morning for me to inform you of what your charge or charges are, what your bond will be if you're entitled to a bond, if you're getting a bond today. Also, to tell you about your first appearance and to appoint an attorney to represent you going forward after today. Today is an informative court session. It is not a hearing, it's not a trial. Basically, nothing will be done today about your charges other than what I just informed you about. Please note, this session is being live streamed on YouTube. So that means anyone can be watching now, and that means that anyone can watch it at a later date because it's archived or will be archived. So anything you say can be used at another appearance. I'm not your lawyer. I'm not here to help or assist you. Anything you say today that is adverse to you, or you think about it later and said, oh, well, I wish I hadn't said that, that will be on you. So govern yourself accordingly. Once I speak with you individually, those would be the 4 things I will inform you of. I must let you know I don't work with the sheriff, the prosecutor, the defense bar, or the bonding company. So I don't have answers that are specific to those individuals. The best person to speak to will be a representative from that particular agency. Also, I must let you know that each of you have certain important United States constitutional rights. You have the right to a speedy and public trial by jury. You have the right for the state to prove this charge or these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is the prosecutor. If you're charged with a felony, the state is the district attorney. Charged with a misdemeanor, the state is the solicitor general. The state must prove this charge or these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. That's their burden of proof. The state and the state alone has the burden. You have no burden, 0. You have the right to see, hear, and cross-examine any witnesses that the state may call to testify against you. You have the right to subpoena witnesses on your own behalf, to cross-examine any witnesses. You have the right to an attorney. You have the right for the state to prove these charges against you. And of course, as I mentioned, the state alone has the burden of proof. All right, stand by one moment. Let's see, Miss Tolles, good morning to you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning to you here. I believe we have, let's see, Deputy Bush or Deputy Law. Who are the 2? I believe I saw 2 individuals. Let me check here. One moment. Let me check the message here. Isidore Hernandez and Abner Ramirez. If we can have those gentlemen, please. I'm going to go ahead and do them and then do the ladies.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the hearing is no longer being recorded. It's shown to be live, but it's not recorded.
Yes, live on YouTube.
All right.
All right, Ms. Tolles, of course, you are under oath here.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Abner and Mr. Hernandez, good morning.
Señor Abner y señor Hernández, buenos días.
This is the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. First appearance, Judge Knights presiding. It's May 24th, 2022.
Ese es el Tribunal Menor de la Sala de Primera Instancia, el Condado de Clayton. Yo soy el juez Knights que preside. Hoy es el 24 de mayo.
Each of you have important constitutional rights that I will go over with you at this time.
Cada uno de ustedes tienen derechos constitucionales importantes, los cuales voy a repasar con ustedes ahora.
Each of you have the right for the state to prove these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is the Solicitor General, the prosecutor.
Cada uno de ustedes tiene derecho a que el Estado pruebe su culpabilidad fuera de una duda razonable. Y el Estado está representado por el fiscal general.
You have the right to see, hear, and cross-examine any witnesses that the state may call to testify against you.
Tiene derecho a ver, a escuchar y a contrainterrogar cualquier testigo que convoque el Estado para declarar en su contra.
You have the right to subpoena witnesses on your own behalf and to testify if you choose to do so.
Tiene derecho a citar testigos para su propia defensa y también presentar testimonios si así lo desea.
If you choose not to testify, no presumption of your guilt may be raised.
Si decide no declarar, no se puede presumir culpabilidad de su parte.
You have the right to a speedy and public trial by jury.
Tiene derecho a un juicio público y sin demora ante un jurado.
You have the right to an attorney to represent you in each proceeding.
También tiene derecho a un abogado que lo represente durante toda diligencia judicial.
All right, both with misdemeanors, that is an offense punishable by up to 12 months in jail.
Los dos se encuentran acusados de acusaciones menores. Una acusación menor es una infracción que lleva una pena máxima de hasta 12 meses de cárcel.
You will get a bond today, and the bonding company representative is the best source to discuss the percentage of bond and the fees that you will have to pay.
Se le impondrá fianza hoy mismo y el representante de la compañía de fianza sería el mejor fuente para informarle del porcentaje de la fianza y las tarifas asociadas que tendrán que pagar para salir de la cárcel.
Mr. Isidore Hernandez, you're charged with 1 count of driving without a license.
Señor Isidoro Hernández se le acusa de una infracción de conducir sin licencia.
Your bond is $1,000.
La fianza para esta infracción es $1,000.
Your preliminary hearing is June 7th at 8:30.
Su audiencia preliminar está programada para el 7 de junio a las 8:30.
I am appointing an attorney to represent you.
Y le voy a nombrar un abogado de oficio.
Do you have any questions, sir?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta, señor?
No tengo ninguna.
No, I don't have any questions.
All right, Mr. Abner Ramirez. Sir, you're charged with 1 count of driving without a license and
Muy bien.
giving a false name or date of birth or address. Your bond is $1,000 for each of those two.
Muy bien, señor Abner Ramírez. Se le acusa de conducir sin licencia y también de dar un nombre, fecha de nacimiento, dirección falsa. La fianza es $1,000 para cada una de esas infracciones.
You're also charged with 1 count of contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Your bond is $2,000.
También se le acusa de una infracción de contribuir a la delincuencia o depravación de menores de edad y la fianza para esta infracción es $2,000.
You have any questions, sir?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta, señor?
No tengo.
No, none.
All right, that will conclude your first appearance.
Muy bien, queda concluida su comparecencia inicial. Gracias.
All right, Ms. Toles, that's it.
All
Good to
right.
see you. See you soon.
Likewise, you all have a great day. Thank you.
You too. Thank you. All right, Deputy Law, appreciate you. Deputy Bush, let's do it. Are we ready? Let's Deputy Law, let's go back. Let's bring everybody back so I can finish going over with them. All right. Thank you all for your patience there. So, lastly, with your rights of the right to counsel, I believe I mentioned that one. You have the right to a speedy and public trial by jury, and you have the right to see, hear, and cross-examine the witnesses and to subpoena witnesses on your own behalf if you choose to do so. Don't work with the bonding company, as I mentioned to you. So your best source for information about your bond outside of these numbers I will give you today will be a representative from the bonding company. They can tell you percentages, fees, and all of those details. Some of you will have a special condition of bond. A special condition means you can't go somewhere, you can't contact someone. So if I say don't go to 123 Main Street, can't go there. Don't contact Joe Smith, can't contact that person. It's really that simple. Failure to comply will result in additional criminal charges against you. Aggravated stalking, criminal trespass, to name a few. All right. Your next court date is your preliminary hearing. Preliminary hearing is also called a prelim, or the short version of it, it's the probable cause hearing. Probable cause is the standard or burden that the state has at that time. The state has to show by a preponderance of the evidence, it's more likely than not that you committed this charge or these charges, these offenses. So essentially what happens is the state will bring their witnesses. It will be a state actor, meaning anyone involved in your prosecution, the police, the investigator, drug, and anyone that the state brings a witness to testify against you. They will make their testimony or statements. You, lawyer, will cross-examine them. And at the end of that hearing, the judge will decide if there's sufficient probable cause, whether your arrest was valid and legal or not. If your arrest was legal and valid, your case will be bound over to state court if you're charged with misdemeanors, superior court if you're charged with felony. Invalid or illegal arrest, your charge or charges are dismissed. Also, if you bond out of jail, as you should, if you can, there are no holds on you, then your preliminary hearing is automatically waived. It goes away. If you remain in jail, you're still there on June 6th. That's your preliminary hearing. If you're still there on June 7th, preliminary hearing. June 6th for felonies, June 7th, misdemeanors. If you're not getting a bond today, June 10th, a bond hearing date. Some of you are not getting a bond today. That's because by law, I can't give you a bond. Also, if you're charged with certain offenses, that doesn't facilitate a bond, meaning you might be a flight risk, you might be a danger to witnesses and other factors, you're not getting a bond to date, not for me. If you're charged with certain offenses that are considered the 7 deadly sins or crimes, can't get a bond. And that's by law, I can't do it. You'll get a bond at a later date. Speak to the district attorney by way of your lawyer speaking to them, or you, if you don't have a lawyer and you can speak to them, or wait until your bond hearing date of June 10th. So you can get a bond before June 10th or on June 10th. It's possible, but not today for some of you. Also, this is court. I know we're on Zoom. It's different. Govern yourself accordingly. Some of you may have had orientation, and all of you have had someone to talk to you over the years in your life about how to be respectful. This is not the time to do otherwise. Each of you raise your right hand. Each of you solemnly swear or affirm any statements or testimony you will give in this matter now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth shall help you God. All right, so what's happening is I'm going to tell you what you're charged with, your bond, if you're entitled to a bond. First appearance, June 6th to 7th, bond hearing June 10th. Appoint an attorney to represent you if you qualify for one or if you requested one on the application you completed. And then I'll open the floor to questions only about those 5 things. All right, gentlemen, be on standby, please. We'll have the ladies first. All right. Yes, ma'am. Good morning. What's your name?
Tanisha Ball.
All right, Ms. Barrow. You're charged with 1 count of simple battery, 1 count of theft by taking. They're both misdemeanors. $2,500 is your bond on each of the 2 offenses. No contact with Leon Joseph. It's a special condition. Preliminary hearing. Now that's scheduled for the 7th of June. All right. You have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Next, let me get McGee. Robertson next.
All right, Ms. McGee, good morning to you.
Good morning.
All right, charged with 1 count of criminal damage to property in the 2nd degree. It's a felony. Your bond is $2,000. No contact with Taniqua Hatcher. Preliminary hearings, the 6th of June, 8:30. And I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You have any questions?
No. No, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right, Laura Garcia bonded out. All right. Is this Miss Robinson?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am, you charged with 1 count of aggravated assault. It's a felony. There's no bond today on that offense. Preliminary hearing is June 6th, 8:30. Your bond hearing scheduled for June 10th, 8:30. And I am appointing an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, you'll be on standby for me 1 moment. All right, yes, sir. Good morning. What's your name? Can you hear me?
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. My name is Detroit App.
All right. Mr. Adams, you're charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. It's a felony. It's no bond today. Battery, family violence, and pointing a pistol at another. It's 5,000 on each of those 2 offenses. Preliminary hearing scheduled for the 6th of June, 8:30. Bond hearing, June 10th. And I am appointing an attorney to represent you, sir. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Sir.
Good morning, Judge.
Morning to you. What's your name?
Barnes, Galen.
All right, Galen Anthony Barnes Jr.
Yes, sir.
Entering automobile, 15,000 is your bond. It's a felony. Theft by taking, 2,000. No contact with Charisma Page. June 6th, 8:30 is your bond. All right, you're hiring your own lawyer. You have any questions?
Yes, sir. Good morning again, Judge. Is it possible to have a reduced bond due to lack of funds at this time?
That's your bond, sir. Talk to your lawyer.
All right, thank you.
Brother, how are you?
Good morning to you. What's your name?
My name is Quinn Chase Childs in the system. I'm changing my name to God Baby King Ahava Olam, GAHDBABBI. I'm thankful to be in your presence right now in the court system, and I know that I'm going to be served righteously. Young man.
Run your name back for me, the new one. What's the new one?
It's God Baby.
God Baby?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Spell it for me.
GAHDBABBI. If I could change it sometime throughout, I would love to. I'm a thought leader. I'm a spiritual man. So my spirituality isn't towards nothing negative. I'm always in a positive light. And I'm an intelligent being, and I know it. And I use my intellect wisely. My mother, an intelligent woman.
All right, Mr. God Baby. Is it Mr. God Baby or just God Baby?
It's Mr. Olam is my last name.
Mr.
But
Olam?
Mr. God Baby, if you want to use my first name. Olam is my
Let's
last.
run it back. What's your name before all that?
That's the tattoo under my left eye.
What's the name before all of that? What's the name here that I got for you?
Mother name is Quincilla Childs. My name is Quinches.
Quinches Jerome Childs.
Jerome Miltonaires Childs. Now my name is God Baby King Ahava Olam, but Quinches Jerome Miltonaires Childs.
Quinches Jerome Miltonaires Childs. Now going by God Baby Alone.
God Baby King Ahava Olam. Thank you.
God Baby King Alone. All right, sir. Battery, 2,000. Criminal trespass, 2,000. Family violence on both of those. No contact with Chloe Bailey. Preliminary hearing, June 7th, 8:30.
I will be here to June 7th, Your Honor.
Do you want a lawyer?
I would want to request a signature bond because a lawyer.
Listen to me.
I'm actually dealing with the case in my.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, but listen then. Do you want a lawyer or not?
I want to represent myself because I'm dealing with the current time right now.
Listen to me. I don't need to hear the explanation. You're re-representing yourself. Do you have any questions?
Why can't I receive an OR bond as a signature bond, correct?
Well, because the law doesn't allow me to give you a signature or OR bond on the type of offenses. On top of that, I'm not going to give you one because I'm not going to be on the news with you for giving you an OR signature bond. And then third and most importantly, this is the Magistrate Court of Clayton County. And what's happening is Chief Magistrate Court Judge Keisha Wright Hill has told me that we are not giving OR bonds.
Chloe Bailey has gave false information to my mother saying I gave a rabbit.
It's not for me, sir.
Don't deal with that.
This is not for me.
I got you.
It's not for me.
Just telling you it's false information that started
Mr. God, baby.
I'm listening to you.
King alone.
June 7th.
That's not for me.
June 7th.
Your lawyer will talk to you before then.
I appreciate you, guys.
All right.
Next statement tonight. You and your
sir. Stay blessed.
All right.
Deputy Bush. Is that Deputy Bush?
No, this is Deputy Law, Judge.
You could have told me all of this.
I'm sorry?
You didn't tell me none of that. You could have saved, you could for last. All right.
It just started, Judge.
It's all good. It's all good. I mean, you know, it's all good. How, you know, that's fine. Go ahead. What's your name, sir?
John Collins. Good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. All right, Mr. Collins. You're charged with 2 counts. Criminal trespass, simple battery, 2,000 each. Family violence. No contact with Ashley Washington. Preliminary hearing 7th of June. 8:30. Hiring your own attorney. Any questions?
Yes, I didn't hear the bond.
4,000 total.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's your name?
Joe Carlos.
All right. What's your last name?
Carlos.
Spell it for me.
C-A-R-E-L-U-S.
What's the first letter?
C. As a cat.
What is it?
C as in cat.
C?
Yes, Corellis.
How do we get to him? I don't see your paperwork, okay? You need to hang on, come back to you, okay? Come on back.
It may come up as Fitzgerald, Your Honor.
Do you have it as Fitzgerald, Your Honor? Because
Fitzgerald.
Yes, his
Okay.
have his last name where his first name is supposed to be.
All right. I see Fitzgerald. I don't have a bond order for him. So just have him on. He'll come back tomorrow. He'll be back on tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow. Continue to the 25th.
Jackson.
All right. Mr. Jackson.
No, I'm Anthony Hemingway.
What happened to Jones? Is Jones still here?
Yes. For some reason, those two names is mixed up, Your Honor.
Kieran Jones, is he here?
Yes. I have Kieran as his last name. I apologize, Your Honor.
All right. I'm just trying to, my paperwork is all over the place. Let's try to stay in some type of order here. What's your name, sir?
Kieran Jones.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're charged with 1 count of simple assault. Preliminary hearing. June 7th, your bond is 2,500. And
anybody can get the bond reduced?
This is not a negotiation. When I tell you the bond, that's what it is, okay? We're not coming out here to go ahead and try to negotiate. That's your bond amount.
Okay.
Talk to your lawyer, and your lawyer can get your bond reduced after today.
Okay.
I will appoint an attorney to represent you. Do you have any questions?
That's it.
All right.
Who's next in your paperwork, Your Honor? Because it seems
I
like
got Hemingway.
Hemingway, gotcha.
All right, Mr. Hemingway, good morning to you.
Good morning, how you doing?
I'm good here. 1 count of assault. No bond today. Battery, 5,000. Assault on an unborn child, 10,000. Obstructing a law enforcement officer, 2,000. preliminary hearing, June 6th, 8:30.
So you said, I don't have no bond on the aggravated?
Yes, sir. There's no bond on the aggravated assault.
All right, so, I gotta wait to go to my preliminary?
You talk to your
Can I-
lawyer, and your lawyer can get you a bond before the preliminary hearing date. That's possible.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
You have any other questions?
You gonna appoint me a lawyer?
Yes, sir. I did appoint an attorney to represent you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, you got Jackson.
Yes.
Rion, Jamil Jackson.
I think we're back on track.
We're back on track. All right, Mr. Jackson.
How you doing, sir?
Doing pretty good here. 1 count of possession of firearm by a convicted felon. 5,000 is your bond. Preliminary hearing scheduled for the 6th of June, 8:30. I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You have any questions, sir?
Do you know when the attorneys will be able to get in contact with us?
I do not, sir.
All right.
I don't know. It'll be soon. All right.
That's it.
Have any other questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Good morning to you, sir. What's your name?
Gregory Jordan.
All right, Mr. Jordan. Your charge. Hang on for me. Oh, Jordan is all the way. There we go. Mr. Jordan, you're charged with nine counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. There's no bond on any of those 9 offenses. Possession of a firearm, acting an officer. 2,000. Preliminary hearing, June 6th. Bond hearing, June 10th, 8:30. On both of those days. Also, I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You have any questions, sir?
No.
Can you say that again? Can you say it again?
No. Yes, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
You didn't have orientation?
Yeah, one day.
Does it look like we're hanging out somewhere?
No, sir.
All right, going forward, these are serious charges. And a lot of judges are not going to be as nice as I am and take the time to tell you this. But you might want to be respectful when you're in court, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. You have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Deputy Law, what's going on? You talking to these folks before they come up here?
Yes, sir, I am. I apologize, Your Honor. I definitely talked to him.
Okay, I mean, okay, I'm just making sure.
Yes, sir, I definitely spoke to him.
All right. What's your name?
Darius McCray.
All right, Mr. McCray, you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass. It's a misdemeanor. 2,500 is your bond. No contact with Ty McCray. Preliminary hearing scheduled for June 7th, 8:30.
Okay.
And I am appointing an attorney to represent you, sir.
All
You have
right.
any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, good morning. What's your name? All right, Mr. Alonzo, you're charged with 1 count of criminal trespass, 1 count of battery, family violence. $2,500 on the criminal trespass, 5,000 family violence battery. No contact with LaShondra Smith, 632 Rex Fox Trail, Jonesboro. Can't go to that location at this time. If you must go there, you must make an appointment with the Clayton County Sheriff or the police, or even the Jonesboro Police within 10 days of your release, and they must escort you to that location to get any belongings. You have any questions, sir?
What's the total bond for both the charges before?
7,500. 7,500.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Prelim on the 6th or the 7th?
Let's see, misdemeanors, it's on the 7th.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. What's your name?
Andrew Pickens, Your Honor.
All right, let's see, Mr. Pickens. Driving while license suspended, 1,500. No insurance, 1,000. Driving while license suspended. 1,500. No tag, 500. Possession of firearm by convicted felon, 5,000. Theft by receiving stolen property, 2,000. Preliminary hearing, June 6th.
Your Honor, can you tell me the total of everything altogether, please, sir?
Go ahead and add it with me here.
Okay, let's go.
1,500 plus 1,000. So we had 25.
25.
Plus 15.
That's gonna put us up to 4,000.
Plus 5.
500 or 5,000?
500.
4,500.
Plus 5,000.
That's 9,500.
Plus 2,000.
That's 11 and 5.
There you go. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Did I add that right?
I am appointing, and I wasn't doing it with you.
Okay, all right.
You were doing it.
I mean, that's about right. I understand.
Sound about right to me.
Yes, sir.
I'm not here for the math, but that sounds good.
Okay, yes, sir.
All right. I am appointing an attorney to represent you.
Yes, sir.
You have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
How are you doing, sir?
Yes, sir. Good morning. What's your name?
Tyler Relford.
All right, Mr. Relford. Terroristic threats, felony, 10,000. Simple battery, 2,500. No contact with Zariah Cockrell. Can't go to the 795 South Carter Drive, Jonesboro address. Preliminary hearing scheduled for June 6th, 8:30. Appointing an attorney to represent you.
All right. If I wanted to try to find an attorney, like make some calls out, am I able to still do that, or does it?
Yes, sir. You can always hire your own lawyer.
Okay.
And at any point that you have your own attorney, that lawyer will know what to do to file a motion to remove the appointed attorney.
Yes, sir.
All right, you have any questions, Mr. Relford?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, you have a good day.
You too. Yes, sir. What's your name?
Scott, Larry Scott.
Mr. Scott, charge of 1 count of battery. It's a misdemeanor. 5,000 is your bond. That by receiving stolen property. Felony. 5,000. Preliminary hearing. scheduled for June 6, 8:30. I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You have any questions, Mr. Scott? All right, thank you.
How you doing, Judge?
I'm doing good. What's your name?
Roshan Warren.
What's your last name?
My last name is Warren.
You said Wyatt?
Wyrick.
Wyrick?
Correct.
All right, stand by for me, okay?
Okay.
One moment. Who else? Get the next person. I don't see your paperwork. One moment. Tell Deputy Law to bring the next person.
When?
All right, what's your name, sir?
Wynn, Wynn.
All right, Mr. Wynn. You're charged with all misdemeanors. No license, 1,000. Defective headlight, 500. Defective equipment, 500. Preliminary hearing, June 7th, 8:30. And I am appointing an attorney to represent you. You have any questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, let's see. Deputy Law, I got unless I missed these, I got Christopher Thomas. Looks like Christopher Thomas may have already bonded out or was already first appeared.
Yes, sir.
All right, and I had on the paperwork that was sent over that Wyrick already bonded out.
You said Bernard Smith?
Bernard Smith, yeah, Bernard Smith.
Bonded out.
Bonded out. Bernard Smith bonded out.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, so Wyrick would have to be, let's see here.
If I can't afford my boy,
Smith.
Josh can afford, I can't afford my boy, Josh can afford it, but we can also say we can afford it, but.
Okay, all right, so you can bring Wyrick.
Morning, Judge.
Sis, Robert, what's your name?
Roshan Warwick.
All right, sir. You're charged with 2 counts. Battery, family violence, or simple battery family violence, and your bond on that offense will be $2,500.
Okay.
Criminal trespass, misdemeanor, $2,500. No contact with Jasmine and Adrian.
Can I ask a question, Honor?
One moment. Preliminary hearing is the 7th of June, 8:30. And I will appoint an attorney to represent you. All right, go ahead with your question, sir.
If the people named in this incident are incorrect, can the charges be dismissed?
All right, that's a great question. It's one that you need to talk to your lawyer about, though.
Okay.
Talk to your lawyer. Your lawyer knows how to do that. All right. You have any other questions?
That'll be all for today.
Yes, sir. All right, that will conclude your first appearance.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, Deputy Law.
Yes, sir, that should be it, Judge.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you. See you next time.
Have a great day.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Good morning, I'm Judge Wilson. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Judge Alicia Smith on behalf of the Public Defender's Office. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. All right, the first case I have is Anthony Adams. Mr. Adams, you were arrested for battery charge. I find that there is probable cause for the arrest. I'm going to set your bond at $500. You are to have no contact with the victim. Good luck to you. And the Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you.
Hold on. Judge, he does qualify for direct pretrial release. We'd ask for PTR in this case. Hold on.
I understand, but they have not been able to contact the victim. So that will be denied at this point. $500 for the bond, no contact with the victim. The next case is Yamar Daly Arthur. Are you Yamar Daly Arthur?
Correct.
Mr. Arthur, you have two charges here: fleeing, attempting to elude the police, failure to obey a lawful stop with their lights and sirens on, and a suspended driver's license as a habitual offender. There is probable cause for the arrests. As to the fleeing, attempting to elude, the bond will be set at $1,000, $2,500 for count 2. And sir, you are not to drive until you have a valid driver license.
Judge, he has another case that is listed under the added charges case that occurred during the same arrest. It's a possession of marijuana and a paraphernalia charge, if we want to take care of that while he's here.
Yes, both of those charges, sir, are carry a $500 bond each. There is probable cause for that arrest as well. Good luck to you. He has a VOP. Where is that? I see the possession on view. He's on. All right. I see, sir, that you are currently on felony probation, 2015 CF 3980, for possession of marijuana and possession of drug paraphernalia. I'm going to find that you have violated conditions of your bond. Your bond will be set at 0 on that. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Can you throw those words in? Next case is Malene Baez. Maylene Baez.
Hi, yes, I'm Maylene Barrios.
Ma'am, you were arrested for battery. There's probable cause for the arrest. I see here that you do qualify for pretrial release. They've been unable to contact the victim. Your bond will be set at $500 and you were to have no contact with the victim.
Judge, I understand the victim hasn't been able to be contacted, but she also has no priors where the court consider pretrial release in that circumstance with a no contact order.
No, ma'am. Next case is Nicholas Barrios. Mr. Barrios, you were arrested for DUI and no valid driver license. There's probable cause for the arrest. As to count number 1, the DUI, the bond is set at $1,000. Count 2, bond set at $500. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Good luck to you. Next case is James Campbell.
Hold on. Can we reset him, Judge?
Reset, Mr. Campbell?
No.
What's the reason for the reset?
He is in medical, Judge.
Thank you. He will be reset for tomorrow. Next case is David East. David East. Mr. East, you were arrested for battery and false imprisonment.
I do have a probable cause argument if the court is gonna find PC for the battery.
State?
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, in reviewing the affidavit just now, I don't see a battery here, but the state would just request a 24-hour reset then.
I'll give you 24 hours on Mr. East's case.
Is there probable cause for the second count?
I'll give you 24 hours on the second count as well.
Thank you, Judge.
Next
Will
case
the court
is,
set a bond in the meantime? I'm sorry, Judge.
not yet. I'll give him 24 hours
Okay.
on the PC. Thank you. Next case is Alfred Gandy. Mr. Gandy, you have here a failure to appear on a written promise, basically failure to appear. Your bond, there's probable cause for that. The bond is set at $500. You also have two other charges, possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of cocaine. Find there's probable cause for that, those charges as well. Bond is set at $500 for the paraphernalia, $2,500 for possession of cocaine. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Jose Garcia Santiago.
He bonded, Judge.
Thank you.
John,
Yes.
No, sorry.
yes. John Marino in pretrial release. He's currently out on ROR on the Osceola case, 19 MM 1488. Would you be taking any action?
That's the case for the failure to appear, Judge. They're talking about Gandy, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Gandy, I see operating a motor vehicle with no valid driver license.
No, Gandy was the possession of cocaine paraphernalia, and then he had the FTA warrant.
Okay. So we're looking at Gandy here. Failure to appear, the bond was set at $500. The bond set at $500.
Thank you.
Next case is Jose Garcia Santiago.
He bonded, Judge.
Thank you. Sandra Glass. Ms. Glass, you have been arrested for failure to appear. Your bond is set at $2,000. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Good luck to you. Isidoro Gonzalez. Are you Isidoro Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You were arrested, it looks like, for DUI. There's probable cause to support the charge. The bond will be set at $500. And the
He
Public
does call
Defender's
for direct
Office is...
pretrial release, Judge.
Hold on just a second. The Public Defender's Office will be
sorry.
representing you. I see that you do qualify for pretrial release. That will be denied. Christian Irizarry. Mr. Irizarry, you were arrested for aggravated battery on a pregnant woman and tampering with evidence. There's probable cause for both of those arrests. As to count number 1, The bond will be set at $3,500. You are to have no contact with the victim in this case. And no contact means you don't call, you don't email, you don't text, you don't have someone else do it on your behalf. And obviously, in the regular sense of the word, you are not to have any contact with the victim. Count 2, bond will be set at $1,000. Public Defender's Office to represent you. Janice LaBelle. Janice LaBelle.
She's approaching, Judge. And she's gonna be hiring private.
Thank you. Ms. LaBelle, you were arrested for violation of probation. Is this an out-of-county warrant? Okay. Ms. LaBelle, you were arrested on a warrant for violation of probation. Your bond will be set at none. Good luck to you. And point the PD office to represent you. Thank you. Aisha Lane? Aisha Lane? Oh, that's right. That lady there is getting her own attorney, so the Public Defender's Office won't be appointed to represent you. I forgot about that just that quick. Next case is Aisha Lane.
Yes.
Ms. Lane, good morning. You have an arrest warrant here for a violation of probation for grand theft. Public Defender's Office will be appointed to represent you. Your bond is set at none. Good luck to you. Rafael Martinez Mojica.
Can we reset him, Judge? He's detoxing.
All right, he will be reset for tomorrow. Next case is Joseph Miranda Ortiz. Mr. Ortiz, you were arrested for resisting an officer without violence. I find there is probable cause. I will appoint the public defender to represent you. You do meet the criteria for pretrial release, so you will be placed on pretrial release.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. The next case is Jean Carlos Ocasio Morales.
Judge, I do have a PC argument as to the no valid.
All right. Mr. Ocasio Morales, you were arrested on a charge of leaving the scene of a crash involving damage to property and operating a motor vehicle without a valid license. Ms. Smith, you said you have a probable cause argument for the no valid?
No valid. Aside from the citation, Judge, there's nothing in the FHP report to indicate that Mr. Morales did not have a valid license. There's only the citation with no PC or nothing indicated as to the no valid charge.
He's never had one issued according to the citation.
Right.
There was never one issued. So
But there's nothing to indicate that an FCIC was ran to indicate that, aside from the officer checking that on the citation. There's nothing to indicate that he verified that in any way.
State?
State would request a 24-hour reset to get that statement.
All right, I'll give you 24 hours on that one. $500. I won't set a bond on the no valid yet. I'll give the state 24 hours to get PC on that one. As to the leaving the scene of a crash involving damage or to property, the bond will be set at $1,000.
So if the bond
No, I'll set the
stayed-
bond at $500 for the no valid.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. It's these two, right? Okay, thank you. Jose Olivias? Jose Olivas? This individual, does he meet the criteria for pretrial release?
Yes, Your Honor, he does.
All right. Sir, you were arrested for charges of resisting an officer without violence and disorderly intoxication. There is probable cause for the charge. I will release you on pretrial release. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Good luck to you. Marlenas Ramos Vicente.
Good afternoon.
You have two charges here, one for battery, domestic violence, and the other for obstructing an officer without violence. Found probable cause for both of them. The bond on the battery is set at $500, and you were to have no contact with the victim. Also, you have obstructing an officer without violence. There's probable cause for that. Bond set at $500. I see that you're also on probation in 17 CF 4030 for delivery of cannabis more than 20 grams. I find that you have violated the conditions of your probation. On that case, your bond will be set at none. Public Defender's Office
Judge, it's my understanding.
is appointed to represent
Ms.
you.
Ramos is in.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Judge, I wasn't trying to cut you off. It's my understanding Ms. Ramos completed that probation. I wasn't able to verify that information in terms of the violation of probation. It's my understanding she completed that probation last month, or that probation ended. Can I see the JNS?
Is there anyone who can verify whether or not her probation has in fact ended?
I'm checking in our system now.
Thank you.
Your Honor, in our system, I do see that this case was closed on April 22nd.
All right. So there is no VOP outstanding. The case has been closed according to the state. So you just have those two charges that I spoke to you about earlier. Good luck to you. Wesley Robertson.
Did you appoint the public defender?
I did.
Yeah. I did. No, not.
And if I didn't, then I'm saying it now. Public defender's appointed to represent you. Next case, Wesley Allen Robertson.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you were arrested for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and felony battery or battery by strangulation. There is probable cause for the arrest. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your bond on the aggravated assault charge will be $3,500. Bond on the battery by strangulation will be $1,000. You are to have no contact with the victim. No contact means you're not to have any personal contact. You're not to contact them by phone, email, text messages, any sort of social media contact. And you are not to return to the location of 832 Whalebone Bay Drive, Kissimmee, Florida. Good
Your
luck
Honor.
to you.
Ma'am,
Oh,
could
wait,
I
he has-
say something,
does he have
please?
he has an open case.
Eight-
There's a bond PTR.
I have no bond with PTR.
I'm going to revoke the bond with PTR in the open misdemeanor case, 2018 MM 2785.
Is that his?
There's no bond on that case, Your Honor. I was
had-
never arrested on any charge.
It looks like you had PTR on that case, so I'm revoking your PTR on that case. Good luck to you, sir.
Your Honor.
Carlos
can I
Alberto
speak,
Rosario.
please?
No, sir. Carlos Rosario. Public Defender's Office is
There's no
appointed
bond
to
on that
represent.
case.
She's revoking the ROR.
There was no ROR.
It's PTR.
I was never arrested on that case, Your Honor. But I was never arrested on that case.
The next case I have is Carlos Rosario.
She's revoking your status, the release status.
Mr. Rosario, you were arrested for a failure to appear. Your bond is set at $2,000. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Good luck, sir. And then, whoa, there's another one. There are two?
I think it is two different case numbers, Judge. 3180 and 3179.
Thank you very much. The bond on both of those will be $2,000 each. So in total, it's a $4,000 bond. The next case is Michael Salgado. And Mr. Salgado has two cases. Thank you. Mr. Salgado, you have been arrested on a charge of operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver license. There is probable cause for that arrest. The bond is set at $500, and the Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. You also have two charges for possession of a controlled substance without a prescription. Of course. Actually, it's possession of methamphetamine. And then the other charge is possession of drug paraphernalia. The possession of meth charge, there's probable cause, and there's also probable cause for the drug paraphernalia charge. As to count number 1, the bond is set at $1,000, $500 for count number 2. You are also out on bond in case number 19 CF 1606. The bond in that case will be revoked, and the bond is set at none. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you on all your cases. Good luck, sir. Vicente Serrano Hernandez.
He needs the interpreter, Judge.
Spanish interpreter?
Yes, Judge.
I don't think we knew we need that. I'm going to have him have a seat, and I'll get back to him.
Okay. Have a seat. Serrano. Yeah,
Can anyone here speak Spanish? Anyone? Nope. They'll be here? Yeah. Okay. All right. Marina Shukalo. Ma'am, you were arrested for trespass in an occupied structure or conveyance. There is probable cause for the arrest. I see that you qualify for a pretrial release. The court will order that you be released on pretrial release. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Kayla Spikes.
Your Honor, would you be recommending mental health conditions as well?
I didn't see that on the, oh, I see, pretrial release with mental health conditions. Hold on. The basis for the mental health condition or mental health conditions are what? I must have overlooked them in the affidavit.
She was evaluated by a mental health officer, PTR officer, who found that she would qualify for a mental health PTR with mental health conditions.
Defense would ask for just straight pretrial release, Judge. I don't see a nexus in the police report either.
It'll just be straight pretrial release. Kayla Spikes. Does she have? Ms. Spikes, you were arrested for battery. There's probable cause for the arrest. I'll set the bond at $500. You are to have no contact and not to return to the location of the arrest or the altercation 50 Altera Court. No contact means no personal contact, no social media contact, text messaging, emailing, no contact at all. Bond set at $500, public defender's office appointed to represent you. Christopher Joseph
Judge, she does
Sullivan.
qualify for pretrial release, doesn't have any priors with the court consider straight pretrial release.
No. Christopher Sullivan.
Yes, ma'am, I'm right here, ma'am.
Mr. Sullivan, you were arrested for a charge of trespass on property. There is probable cause for the arrest. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. I will not put you on pretrial release. Your bond is set at $500. Next case. Last name Yu, Kwa Yu.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you were arrested for battery. There is probable cause for the arrest. I do see here where you have been evaluated for pretrial release. I'm not going to grant pretrial release. Your bond will be set at $500, and you are to have no hostile contact with the victim. Public Defender's Office is appointed. Good luck, sir.
He's gonna hire.
He
doesn't qualify, Judge, he's gonna hire private.
Okay. So Public Defender's Office won't be appointed. I said no hostile contact. Victim wants contact. Carlos Velez Montalvo.
Your Honor.
You've been arrested for battery. There's probable cause. I appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. I will not place you on pretrial release. Your bond is set at $500. And you are to have no contact with the victim, sir. Come back, come back. I'm not finished, come back. You are to have no contact with the victim. That means no personal contact, no social media contact, no contact via electronic means, email or text messages. Good luck to you. Ladarius Wilson.
How you doing, Your Honor?
All right. Mr. Wilson, you have a charge of carrying a concealed firearm, possession of a weapon or ammunition by a convicted felon, use of a weapon during a felony, discharging a firearm in public, and harm to threatening a public servant. There's probable cause for your arrests. As to the count number 1, carrying a concealed firearm, your bond is set at $1,000. Count 2, possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, bond set at $4,000. Count 3, use of a weapon during a felony, set at $1,000. Discharging a firearm in public, $500. Threatening to harm a public servant, the bond will be set at $2,500. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you.
He's got a duelist as well, Judge.
I'm sorry?
He has
I
a
heard
driving
you.
charge as well.
Yes. As to the driving while license suspended or revoked for the first offense, probable cause exists. PD appointed to represent you, bond set at $500. Jawan Leggett. Mr. Leggett, you were arrested on 4 out-of-county warrants for Polk County. Your bond total is set at $3,500. For the burglary of a conveyance, the bond is set at $1,000. For grand theft, set at $1,000. For fraud, set at $1,000. And for credit card fraud, it's set at $500. Good luck to you, sir.
I think there are 2 warrants, Judge. Is there another one for burglary and a petty theft?
Yes, there are. 2 other Polk County warrants, one for burglary of a conveyance, that'll be set at $1,000, and the other one is petty theft, set at $500. You state here, sir, that you are financially able to afford an attorney, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Public Defender's Office won't be appointed to represent you. Get in contact with your lawyer as soon as you can, sir. Next case is Johnny Medina.
I'm gonna waive the reading of the charges, Judge.
I'm sorry?
Per the client's request, I'm waiving the reading of the charges.
He wants a waiver of the reading of the charges? I
Yes,
guess
Judge.
I'm not understanding what you're saying, Ms. Smith. Can you speak a little slower, I guess?
Yes, Judge. I'm sorry, that is what I'm saying. The client requested the reading of the charges be waived.
Domestic.
Okay.
What, the phone calls?
The bond, I do find that there's probable cause for the charge that he was arrested for. Bond set at $3,500. He's not to return to the scene of the altercation at 402 Simpson Road in Kissimmee. You are not to have any contact with the victim in this case. No contact means no personal contact, no social media contact, no emails, no text messages. And, sir, do you want the Public Defender's Office appointed to represent you?
Yes.
Public Defender's Office will be
Judge,
appointed.
For the no return, do you mean the no return to the underlying offense because that's the jail's address?
Sure, no return to, where is it? Boggy Creek Elementary
I
School?
think it's 409, no, 409 Buttonwood.
No.
That's the original address of the domestic where the victim lives.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, this is violation of injunction.
Okay, then it's no return to 409 Buttonwood Drive in Kissimmee.
Yes.
And it looks like it was also 1205 West Vine Street.
Yes.
That's possible, Judge.
Thank you. Johnny Medina?
We just did him.
Torrance Williams.
Can we reset him, Judge? He's under DR.
He will be reset. Alexander Edward Bakalitz.
Same thing, Judge. Can we reset him as well?
Yes, ma'am. He was reset from yesterday.
Yesterday.
Medical, is that the reason?
Yes, Judge.
All right. What about Odessia Devine?
She's present and approaching, Judge. Pretrial release was able to verify, I understand it's a failure to appear, that she was in the hospital at the time of the failure to appear, so we'd ask that she be released.
Do you have a trespass of an occupied structure on your affidavit as well?
I only have failure to appear, I don't have the underline. Do you have the underline part I want? Yes, Judge, trespass in a structure. Thank you.
Do you have that documentation with you today, Ms. Smith? Did your client give that to you, that she was in the hospital?
No, Judge, Ms. Hill with PTR provided me a note that said that, and she said she was able to verify it. I'm not sure how she verified it, though.
Is Ms. Hill there?
She went back to the office. We can grab her if you want to pass it.
Ms. Smith, what are you asking for? OR on her case?
Or a pretrial release or some type of release status, Judge.
What was her release on the trespass charge originally, before the failure to appear?
Did she post bond? Did you bond out when you came to jail the last time?
Excuse me?
Do you remember how you got out of jail the first time? Did you post a bond?
No.
No, Judge. PTR is asking if we can get Ms. Hill. Well, the PTR officer that's in here, he's asking to get Ms. Hill since she was the one that verified it.
Okay.
She's just next door.
All right. Is the Spanish interpreter available?
Good morning, Your Honor. The Spanish interpreter is on standby.
Thank you very much. I have Vicente Serrano Hernandez. Sir, well, doesn't he have to be sworn in? Sir, have you been sworn? And this is for the Spanish interpreter. Have you been sworn?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to translate from English to Spanish, Spanish to English testimonies given?
I do. Carlos Morales, State Certified Spanish Court Interpreter.
Sir, are you Vicente Serrano Hernandez?
¿Es usted Vicente Serrano Hernández?
Sí.
Yes.
Sir, you were arrested on a charge of battery.
Usted fue arrestado por un cargo de agresión.
There is probable cause for the arrest. There is probable cause for the arrest.
¿Existe motivo fundado para el arresto?
I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Y le voy a nombrar a los defensores públicos para que lo representen.
I see here that you meet the criteria for pretrial release, and I will place you on pretrial release. I see that you meet the criteria for pretrial release, so I will place you on pretrial release.
Veo que usted reúne los requisitos para poder salir bajo el Departamento de Libertad Provisional, así que le concederé salir bajo el Departamento de Libertad Provisional.
But you are to have no contact with the victim.
Pero le está prohibido el contacto con la víctima.
No contact means no personal contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact as well.
Prohibido el contacto quiere decir que está prohibido ya el contacto, ya sea personal, por medio de terceros, por medio de uso de redes sociales, prohibido en absoluto.
Public Defender's Office is going to be appointed to represent you.
Y los defensores públicos han sido nombrados para representarlo.
Good luck to you, sir.
Buena suerte, señor. Your Honor, the interpreter would like to know, does there happen to be a case number for this case or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Odessia Devine. Is Ms. Hill present now?
My understanding, Judge, from PTR is that the public defender that is assigned to Ms. Devine contacted PTR to inform them that she was in the hospital today or prior to today? Prior to today. But the warrant, I guess, had already been issued for the failure to appear, so they couldn't get it retracted.
Okay, and what was her bond status? What was her release status when she got the failure to appear?
There was a $500 bond?
I released Ms. Devine on pretrial release. And as a condition, she needs to provide documentation to pretrial release that she was actually in the hospital. And if she does not provide that documentation, then that'll be a violation of her pretrial release, and she'll have to deal with that at that time. But she needs to provide that documentation.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Is that all that I have?
Public Defender's Office remains.
Public Defender's Office remains. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
I believe that is it.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. Have a good day.
Thank you.
If you can please give the interpreter the case number as well, if they happen to have a case number. Thank you.
All right, we're here for IAs at Orange County Jail. First case I have is Andre Moreno Acosta.
That's what I have, Your Honor, too. Oh, and Courtney Daly from the Public Defender's Office.
And for the state?
Naomi Tovar.
All right, and I'm Judge Wilson. So where is Mr. Moreno Acosta? He's behind you. And the case number is 19MM348AA. 19MM348AA, as in Alpha Alpha.
Thank you.
Yes, abnormal BRC, so we should be on. Are you Andre Moreno Acosta?
Yes.
Mr. Acosta, you were arrested on a charge of battery. There is probable cause. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your bond is set at $500, and you are to have no contact with the victim. No contact means no personal contact, no social media contact, no contact through electronic means, email, or text messages. Good luck to you, sir.
Your Honor, he has no criminal convictions. Would you be inclined to release him on pretrial release since he qualifies?
No, ma'am. Next case is Hector Perez. This is 19 CF 7612AO. Mr. Perez, you were arrested for purchase of cocaine and possession of cocaine. There's probable cause for the arrests. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you.
And Your Honor, we did qualify Mr. Perez for straight pretrial release. And Your Honor, he doesn't have any criminal history.
No criminal history at all?
No arrests.
No arrests?
Or convictions.
The court will release you, Mr. Perez, on pretrial release. Good luck to you. Next case is Enrique Gutierrez Spinal.
He bonded, Your Honor.
All right, he bonded.
Yes, ma'am.
Efren Roland. Mr. Roland, you have been arrested on a charge of false imprisonment and armed burglary of a conveyance. There's probable cause to support the arrests. No bond on the armed burglary charge. The false imprisonment charge will have a bond of $100.
Your Honor, the defense would charge probable cause because the alleged battery occurred prior to the burglary, prior to intenting. I'd say there's no intent for him to commit a crime there in the structure. Additionally, the state has not filed their pretrial detention motion, and he's entitled to a bond unless you find proof evident presumption great. I would argue that proof evident presumption great isn't there because it's not clear that he entered the car with the intent to commit a battery. It's also not clear whether he was armed at the time of the offense. Therefore, there's not probable cause, and even if the court finds there is, proof evident presumption great is not there.
State?
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would first argue that the court has already found that there is probable cause. And looking at the facts in the affidavit, there is probable cause to believe that he entered with the intent to commit a crime, possibly a battery. So, and also as well, just looking at the facts of the affidavit, the state would argue that there is, again, probable cause and proof evident presumption great, allowing the court to hold him on no bond.
I'm going to keep it as I stated before. The bond on the armed burglary with the battery will be set at $15,000 and $100 on the false imprisonment charge. The Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you.
I'm sorry, did you say no bond or? I thought I heard you say a monetary amount. What was the bond?
Oh, I said none. I'm sorry.
The no bond
It's
and then
none
1,000
on the armed
on the-
burglary and $100 on the other one.
We reserve our right to have a full Arthur hearing downtown.
Nelson Rodriguez. Does he qualify for pretrial release?
It doesn't say that he does, but I'll note that he doesn't have any criminal history.
No, he didn't qualify, Mr. Rodriguez. Usually with the, these type of cases, they will offer a retained charge. He is a transit, we don't have any ties.
State? Well,
Yes, Judge,
let me just say this. Mr. Rodriguez, you were arrested for a charge of camping. And this would be case number 19MO1022. State, do you have a position regarding an offer on the case?
State would offer credit time served.
Aye.
I apologize.
Oh, yo firmé ese también.
On that one.
Here.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Nelson, I have here a plea form. It has your name on it. Did you sign this plea form?
Sí, Vuestro Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand the plea form?
Sincera, sí.
Well, yes.
The plea form is in Spanish. Do you read and understand Spanish?
Sí, y practicaré el inglés pronto.
Yes, and English soon.
Okay. And do you understand the nature of the charge that you're entering a plea to today?
Sí.
Yes.
It is a second-degree misdemeanor punishable by up to 60 days in jail and a $500 fine. That's not what you're getting today. You're going to be sentenced to time served, meaning you'll be released today. Do you understand that?
Gracias por turnar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you understand that?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand the rights that you're giving up?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you understand that you're also giving up your right to appeal the judgment and sentence of the case?
Sí.
Yes.
Has anyone forced you to enter a plea?
No.
No.
Has anyone threatened you in order to get you to plea?
No.
No.
Are you entering your plea freely and voluntarily?
Gracias. Yeah.
There's a
Thank you. Yes.
There is a factual basis to support the entry of the plea. How do you plead, sir? Guilty or no contest?
No me opongo.
No contest.
The court will accept your plea of no contest, sentence you to time served and your court costs. What's the division number?
Your Honor, I have a question.
Yes, sir?
It's my first time.
Does he still have a question, or did you?
No, I answered it.
Oh, okay. All right. Good luck to you, sir. Yes, I'll appoint the public defender's office because she helped him with his plea. But yeah, so the court costs will just be reduced to a civil judgment.
Do we have a Mandarin interpreter? Or are we resetting that one?
Do we have a Mandarin interpreter? Is that language line? Yes.
We do. Oh, I know you don't speak Mandarin. That does not look like my...
Does he? He does not speak Mandarin.
No.
Does he? Okay. Sir, are you Donovan Elijah Clark?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark, you were arrested on a charge of aggravated battery with a weapon involving domestic violence battery, and false imprisonment involving domestic violence. Is the victim here? No one's in the box. So there is probable cause to support the arrest in this case. You also have a violation of probation. As to the violation of, the court will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. As to the violation of probation, the bond is set at none. As to the aggravated battery with the weapon, the bond will be set at $1,000, $100 for the battery charge, $3,000 for the false imprisonment charge. I think I said public defender's office is appointed to represent you. Good luck to you, sir.
Your Honor, the defendant also has reporting requirements, so once he's released from jail, he needs to report his address to DMV and the local sheriff's office.
Okay, is that something that needs to be a...
DOP.
I'm sorry, say it again?
Because he has a DOP, he has a fight, it's the charge.
Right.
Charges, so we just have to let him know that he needs to report his address to the sheriff's office.
Okay, sir, if you are released on bond, you do need to report your address to the sheriff's office once you are released. And no contact on the charge. It's the aggravated battery and the false imprisonment. There will be no contact, meaning no physical contact, no third-party contact, and no contact via social media.
Your Honor, if you're ordering a do not return, we'd ask for a one-time return to retrieve his belongings with law enforcement.
I'll allow him a one-time return within 24 hours of his arrest to retrieve any belongings. Anthony Baruto?
Your Honor, All the Spanish cases are done, is that correct?
Yes. Right?
Okay.
Yes. Mr.
Okay, thank
Self,
you.
you don't need an interpreter on this case,
I
do
do
you?
not. No,
Okay.
Mr. Bruno speaks English perfectly.
All right. Are you Anthony Bruno Baruto? Yes. All right, Mr. Baruto, you have been charged with domestic violence battery. Not charged, you've been arrested on a domestic violence battery. I do find that there is probable cause to support the arrest. Is there a victim on this case?
I don't believe there is, Your Honor.
Mr. Self, do you wish to be heard regarding bond?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask that my client be released to ROR or PTR in that Mr. Bruto has never been arrested previously. In addition to that, the allegations contained in the probable cause affidavit are specious at best. The victim in this particular case was being investigated for throwing rocks at my client's vehicle when she made the allegations that my client had struck her and chipped her tooth, but she had no other visible injuries. My client has agreed for the purposes of this pretrial motion to stipulate to probable cause, but would request an ROR. He understands that there'll be a no contact order. I've explained to him what no contact means: no direct contact, no third party contact, no social media contact, and then he's going to live with his parents. We would request a one-time return to the apartment with law enforcement to retrieve his items. The two also have children together, and they'll sort that out. We'll sort all that out downtown.
And Your Honor, we also did qualify Mr. Baruto for pretrial release. Even though the victim isn't present, we do have an alternate address that was verified by the parents.
All right, Mr. Baruto, you will be released on pretrial release. You are to have no contact with the victim in this case at this time, and I will give you 24 hours from your release in order to be able to retrieve your belongings.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I
Thank you.
have before
All
the
right, have a
court.
good day.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay. Willie Lee Kendrick. Are you Willie Lee Kendrick? Sir, are you Johnny Howell? Are you Richard Johnny Howell?
Junior.
Sir, you were arrested on a charge of criminal mischief. There is probable cause to support the arrest. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and your bond will be set at $250. Also, as a condition of your bond, you will have mental health conditions as well. Yes, counsel.
I was going to say that he has no criminal history and he qualified for pretrial release, so we asked that he be released on pretrial release.
No. Thank you. Kevin Mitchell? Did Mr. Mitchell refuse as well?
Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
Oh, no, this is Mr. Mitchell. Okay. Mr. Mitchell, you were arrested on trespass on property after a warning and providing a false identification to law enforcement. There is probable cause to support your arrest on those charges. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. On the trespass, the bond will be set at $500. On the providing false ID, the bond will be set at $100. Good luck to you, sir. Chandronique McGee?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McGee, you were arrested for simple trespass. There's probable cause to support the arrest. The Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Your bond will be set at $500. Good luck to you. I have Yahi Fan.
Yeah.
Is this the one who needs the?
Mandarin.
That's the Mandarin? Good morning, this is Judge Wilson. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, and are you our Mandarin interpreter?
Yes,
Have you been sworn today?
yes.
All right. This is in case number 19MM4449AO. Yahi
这个
Fan.
是按，sorry，
Mr. Fan, you were arrested on a domestic oh,
I was wondering if we were gonna use the headsets. Are we not
no,
using the headsets? Okay.
I don't get so. Mr. Fan, you were arrested on a charge of domestic violence battery.
那么你今天是因为家暴，那么所以被指控。
There is probable cause to support the arrest.
那么他们这个有证据去支撑他们对你的逮捕。
Do you want me to appoint the public defender's office to represent you?
你有想要我指派这个我们帮你指派一个律师来代表你吗？
可以，行。
Yes.
And sir, at this time, are you unable to afford an attorney?
自己有钱可以请律师吗？
没听清 ，Could you pardon, please?
I cannot hear him. May I ask him to speak louder?
Can you speak? Oh, yes.
您需要大声一点，我听不到你说什么。
刚刚没听清，就是翻译说的是什么？
Someone wants me to repeat your question. May I repeat it?
Yes, please.
你自己有钱可以请律师吗？
我想问一下，就是请不请律师有什么区别？
I wanted to know what's the differences of hiring an attorney or not.
Repeat that, Madam Interpreter.
I would like to know what's the differences between hiring attorney or not.
A public defender is an attorney. They are appointed by the court to assist and defend those individuals who do not have the financial means to be able to hire their own counsel.
那么
So,
公共辩护，sorry.
no, go ahead.
那么公共辩护人是如果说你自己没有足够的财务，那么可以去请一位帮你辩护的人的话，那么法院可以帮你指派一个公共辩护人。
So the person standing to your left is an attorney. She might not be the attorney assigned to this case, but there will be an attorney from her office who will be assigned to represent you.
那么你左边站的那位小姐就是律师，那她这个未必会被指派成是你的律师，但是她的办公室的其中一位律师会被指派作为你的律师。
She will represent you, or someone in her office will represent you, just like an attorney that you would pay. The only difference is you will not pay for that attorney from the public defender's office.
那么他会代表你，或者是他办公室的别位律师会代表你，那么就跟你自己花钱请律师一样，唯一的差别就是公共辩护人你是不需要花钱。
哦，那不用了，谢谢。
I don't quite understand him. May I ask him to clarify?
Yes, please.
不用了的，谢谢的意思是用他们帮你指派的意思吗？
就是不用律师了，就是。
不用律师。
I don't
I
need.
don't need I do not need an attorney.
Okay. I will not appoint the public defender's office for you at this time. There is someone here. Ma'am, what is your name?
那么我不会帮你指派公共辩护人。
He needs an
interpreter, the Mandarin, just speaking to the mic.
I think she speaks Mandarin too. I don't know if the interpreter can.
Can she come in
No,
here and stand there? Yes or no? No? Okay. Can she hear in there? Okay. So, ma'am, what is your name? And this lady here needs an interpreter. This is the alleged victim in the case. So, ma'am, what is your name?
请问你的名字是？ Sorry, Your Honor, I cannot hear anything.
She didn't say anything. Ma'am, what is your name?
刘佳彤。
Okay.
刘家彤。
And how do you know Mr. Fan?
你是怎么认识这位先生的？
我们怎么认识？我可以请一名律师吗？
Can I hire attorney?
公共律师。
Can I have a assigned public defender?
No, ma'am. You're not the defendant, so you don't need an attorney. You're the victim in this case. So, are you here? Do you want to have contact with this gentleman if he is released on a bond?
并不是这个被告，那么你是这一个案件的受害人，那所以你并不需要一个律师来代表你辩护。那你跟他之间，如果他被保释的话，你希望跟他有接触吗？
希望。昨天是一个误会。我跟我的老公非常相爱。
Yes, I do. Yesterday it was just misunderstanding. We loved each other very much.
I'll take that as a yes.
我会把它当成是回答是。
Do you all live together?
你们是住在一起吗
Yes， 是的。
？Yes.
All right. Sir, your bond will be set at $500. You were to have no hostile contact with the victim. That means no physical fighting and no aggressive behavior toward her. Good luck to you.
那么你的保释金是500块钱，那么你对跟受害人不可以有肢体上的接触，或者是具攻击性的接触。那么祝您好运。
谢谢。那我可以现在跟我的丈夫说话了吗？
Can I talk to my husband now?
Not right now, no, ma'am.
现在
什么？
不是现在。
什么时候？
All right. Thank you very much.
什么时候？
She said when?
When? Meaning when for what? Like,
When
well,
can she talk to her husband?
when he gets out of jail. When
他
he,
离开监狱。
well, no, you could probably, can he, can
请
she
问
talk
我
to
什么
him
时候
like
可以
today?
就是见到跟我丈夫说话？
No? Okay, when he gets out of jail, you'll be able to talk to him.
啊？
When he gets out of jail, you'll be able to talk to him.
他出狱之后，你就可以跟他说话。
什么时候可以出狱？
When will he be out of jail?
When he posts the bond.
他付了保释金之后。
什么时候可以付保释金？
When can he pay for the bond?
I couldn't hear you.
When can he pay for the bond?
You'll pay for the bond if you want him out because he doesn't have his money now. So if you find a bail bondsman, they can help you getting him out of jail.
他现在身上没有钱，如果你想要保释他的话，你需要去找保释官那边去保释他，所以他们就可以让他出狱。
最快可以多久？
我听不到你说什么。
最快可以多久保释出来？大概需要几个小时？
It takes approximately how many hours to bail him out?
Oh, ma'am, I don't know, but thank you very much. This matter is over. Thank you. The next case is Anthony Judon.
那个
Is there anything else I can do for you, Honor?
No, I'm done with that young lady. I'm on the
Thank you
next
so much,
case.
Greg.
Thank you very much, Madam Interpreter.
Thank
Mr. Judon?
He's in the hospital.
In the hospital. What about Corey Newton? Mr. Newton? Sir, you were arrested on a charge of criminal mischief greater than $1,000 and battery. There is probable cause to support your arrest. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. And the bond on the criminal mischief will be set at $500, $100 on the... Has the victim been notified on this case? Or have you had any contact with the
No
victim?
victim contact made at this time, Your Honor.
Right. The bond will be set at $500 on the battery charge. You were to have no contact with the victim.
So is that 500 on both counts then?
Yes, ma'am. Lilette Ramirez. Ms. Ramirez, you have been arrested on a charge of child abuse. There's probable cause to support the charge. I will set the bond at $1,000. You are to have no hostile contact with the child. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Good luck to you. Jennifer Ramos. You have been charged with aggravated or arrested on a charge of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon and child abuse. There is probable cause to support the arrests. I will set the bond on the aggravated battery charge at $3,500, and on the child abuse charge, I will set that at $500. Public Defender's Office will be appointed to represent you.
Your Honor, she has no criminal history. Would you consider reducing the bond on the first count?
Say it again?
She has no criminal history, not even an arrest. Would you consider reducing the bond amount on the first count?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Shay Smith? And no contact. Mr. Smith, you are arrested on a charge of grand theft motor vehicle. Dating violence battery and criminal mischief.
Your Honor, may we be heard on PC on this one?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would challenge probable cause for the criminal mischief. There's no testimony in the four corners of the affidavit that he did something to intentionally damage the car. There's only testimony that the car is damaged and that he was driving it. We don't know if that was incidental or intentional. Therefore, there's no probable cause for the criminal mischief.
State?
The state would argue that there is probable cause for the criminal mischief. As was noted, the defendant was driving. The pole was right next to the house where the car was. So based on the affidavit, the state would argue that there is probable cause.
All right, I do find that there is probable cause on all three of the charges. On the first count, the bond will be $1,500, $500 on the battery, dating violence, and $100 on the criminal mischief charge. Public Defender's Office, if I didn't say so before, is appointed to represent you. And no contact with the victim. Is this he? Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. So is he still there? Like I would switch over to Osceola? Or I just tell you? Okay, he was never arrested or out on any type of release conditions. He was given a notice to appear, his plea date. Okay, well then, tell them that That's the man that was the bald head man. Mm-hmm. Okay, so just, I'll vacate the order revoking the pretrial release, because there's nothing for them to, if he wasn't on, he was given a notice to appear. So I should have just listened to him the first time. Yeah, I'm not gonna do. Yeah, I was ready to move on to the next one, so, you know, just. Okay, so he does not qualify for the PD. Ethan Allen Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Williams, you were arrested on aggravated battery charges. There is probable cause to support the arrest in the affidavit. You do not qualify for the public defender's office, so I won't be able to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You'll have to hire private counsel. Is there a victim here?
Yes.
Ma'am, what is your name?
Shanae Williams.
And Ms. Williams, how do you know Ethan Allen Williams?
He's my husband.
Okay. And do you wish for him to be released?
Yes, I do.
All right. What type of criminal history does Mr. Williams have, if any?
Okay, Your Honor, he has no Florida convictions or arrests. He does have out-of-state convictions for DUI, dwellers, giving false ID to law enforcement officer, furnishing to purchase possession by persons below legal age of alcoholic beverages.
Does he have any failures to appear?
No, ma'am.
Does he have any violations of bond conditions?
No, ma'am.
All right, I will set a bond in your case, Mr. Williams, at $1,000. I'm sorry, $500. You are to have no hostile contact with the victim in that case. That means you can have contact. You can return to the residence. Miss Williams, are you afraid of your husband?
No.
All right. No hostile contact, meaning no verbal arguments, no aggressive behavior, but you can have contact. Good luck to you. Can return. I didn't mean to say, if I say can't, I meant can. Next case is Kimberly Ann Bradley. Are you Miss Bradley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning. Afternoon. Miss Bradley, you were arrested on domestic violence battery charge.
Yes.
There's probable cause to support the arrest. Has there been contact with the victim?
Yes, Your Honor. Victim states that he would appear for court.
He would.
He would appear for court, but he's not here. And she's also on active probation for a grand theft.
What's the case number? Do you have it?
Yes, Sean, I have it. 2017 CF 10434.
10434 AO?
Yes, ma'am. It's an Orange County case.
I'll grant a $500 bond on the battery domestic violence. You were to have no contact with the victim in the case. Probation is still active on this 17 case.
Yes, ma'am. It expires December of 2019, December 10th. So a warrant may come through.
Ms. Bradley, on the 17 CF 10434AO case, the court will revoke your, will violate you or see an on-site violation of probation on this case. So you will be violated on that probation. Your bond will be set at none.
Is the public defender appointed on both those cases?
I'm sorry?
Is the public defender appointed on both of those cases?
Yes, ma'am, you are. Jeffrey Fluker? Are you Jeffrey Antonio Fluker? Mr. Fluker, you were arrested for domestic violence battery and resisting an officer without violence. I find that there is probable cause to support your arrests. Ma'am, are you here on Mr. Fluker's case?
Yes.
And what is your name?
Keisha Curry.
And how are you related to Mr. Fluker?
That's my husband.
Okay. And Ms. Fluker, why are you here today? Or what would you like for me to know today?
Hopefully release him. Like,
do you want him to come home?
Yes, of course.
Are you afraid of him?
No, I'm not.
Do you want to have contact with him?
Yes.
Sir, I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Do you want the Public Defender's Office to represent you, sir? Okay. I will appoint that office. I will set your bond at, well, what kind of record does Mr. Fluker have?
Okay, Your Honor.
If any.
Yes, he was released from DOC 2013 for a robbery charge. He has 5 felonies, no misdemeanors, 1 failure to appear, which his last failure to appear was February of 2004. 4 DOC incarcerations. He does have 2 Florida convictions for robbery. No out-of-state history.
Sir, I'm going to set your bond at $1,000. You are to have no hostile contact with your wife. And public defense, No, $1,000 on the battery, and then $500 on the resisting. No hostile contact, and Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent him. Seth Hunter? Are you Seth Hunter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Hunter, you were arrested on a charge of domestic violence battery. There is probable cause in the affidavit to support the arrest. Do you want me to appoint the Public Defender's Office? Do you want me to appoint an attorney to represent you? Or do you want to hire an attorney? You're going to hire an attorney? All right. I see there's someone in the box here. Ma'am, what is your name?
My name is Terry Alves Hunter.
And how are you related to Mr. Hunter?
I am his wife.
Okay. And are you the victim in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you wish to have Mr. Hunter home?
I don't want to see him stay in jail, but I don't want him around me right now.
Okay, so you want no contact?
We have to have contact. We have a child, and he has special needs, so he does need to hear from his dad.
Okay.
But after what happened, I'm afraid.
Ma'am, do you need to have contact with Mr. Hunter in order to be able to care for your child?
Yes.
Well, because the victim states that she needs assistance from Mr. Hunter, I will allow no hostile contact. No hostile contact, sir, means you can have contact with her, you can talk to her. Obviously, she needs assistance, she needs assistance with your child. But you are to have no hostile contact, meaning there should be no physical contact with her. you are not to have any aggressive behavior toward her. Do you have any questions about that? No, okay. Sir, your bond will be set. What kind of record does he have, if any?
Okay, Your Honor, he has no, because he lives out of state, no Florida convictions. He does have an out-of-state history out of Texas for an assault causing bodily injury. That was back in '97, but that case was ROR. And that's it.
I'll set your bond at $750 with the condition that he have no hostile contact with the victim in this case. Sir, you need to hire an attorney as soon as possible, okay? Because I'm not appointing one to represent you, so you want them to get on your case as soon as possible. Good luck to you. The next case is Sarah Ashley Kreshnick.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Kreshnick, you were charged here with domestic violence battery.
Yes, ma'am.
There is probable cause to support the arrest. You do not qualify for the public defender's office, Ms. Kreshnick, so you're going to have to hire an attorney to represent you. Your bond in this case, have you had contact with the victim in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, the victim was supposed to appear for court. Please
Any-
give the time and location.
Okay, any criminal history?
She has battery back in 2011. I don't know what the disposition is on that case. And that's her only history. No failure to appear, no out of state.
I'll set your bond at $750 and you are to have no contact with the victim. Good luck to you. Ashley Maldonado Perez.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Perez, you were arrested on a charge of domestic violence battery.
Yes, ma'am.
There is probable cause to support the arrest. Do you have any criminal history on Ms. Maldonado Perez?
No prior, Your Honor, no current history.
All right, would she qualify for pretrial release?
We did not qualify. First, the victim is not here. We don't have an alternate address, and both victim and defendant reside together, Your Honor.
All right.
If she provided an alternative address, would the court be inclined to put her on pretrial release?
Yes.
And that we need to verify that as well.
And that just needs to be verified. I mean, she just can't say she lives at 123 Main Street and get out.
Your Honor, if she does provide an alternate address, the state would just request that bond be set in case she doesn't qualify for PTR.
So I'll set the bond at $500
Or PTR if she
or
qualifies?
PTR if she qualifies. So you give the address to pretrial release, and if it's verified, then you'll be released on pretrial release if you qualify. No contact. Shy Rios. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Rios, you were arrested on a charge of domestic violence battery.
Yes, ma'am.
There's probable cause to support the arrest. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Does Ms. Rios have any prior criminal history?
Your Honor, she has no prior history. We did qualify Ms. Rios for straight pretrial release, but we do not have an alternate address and the victim isn't present. So if you wanted to do bond or PTR, it qualifies for Ms. Rios.
I'll set the bond at $500, but if Ms. Rios qualifies for a pretrial release, then she can be released on pretrial release.
Your Honor, she's indicated that he's already moved out of the residence.
Okay,
So
well,
I was gonna ask her-
once that's verified, then she can get on pretrial release.
PD appointed?
I'm sorry?
Is the PD appointed?
PD is appointed, and no contact with the victim. I thank y'all so much for, you have no idea. Thank you, thank you. Veronica Santana?
Mental health, Your Honor.
Mental health, thank you. And so that's all of the domestic violence batteries, I'm assuming? Thank you. Next case is Steve Augustin.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, there is probable cause in the charging affidavit to support the arrest for sale and delivery of cocaine and possession of cocaine. I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Your bond on the sale and delivery will be set at $15,000, $150 on the possession of cocaine charge. Good luck to you, sir. Alexander Castillo. I have two charges here, one for failure to appear.
I don't think I have Castillo.
Oh,
Did they bond?
no, he is not here. Nobody is standing there. So we'll just have him reset for tomorrow.
You have a booking number, he may have bonded.
He may have bonded?
Yes.
1901-6025.
He bonded, Alexander.
Thank you. Robert Cottrell.
That's the next one I have.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Cottrell, you were arrested on a charge of battery on a person 65 years or older. There's probable cause to support the arrest. Any contact with the victim on this case?
No, Your Honor.
Bond will be set at $2,500 and you are to have no contact with the victim. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Juan Crispin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crispin.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm great.
Good. Sir, you were arrested on a charge of possession of methamphetamine, possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of less than 20 grams of cannabis, and violation of a county ordinance. I find that there's probable cause to support the arrest. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your bond on the possession of methamphetamine charge is $1,000, $100 each on the remaining 3 charges. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Jose Gonzalez? Sir, are you Jose Manuel Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am.
You were arrested on battery on a security officer. There is probable cause to support the arrest. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your bond is set at $2,500 and you are to have no contact with the victim. Good luck, sir. Evelyn's, no. There's another charge here. Can you bring him back, please, sir? Sir, you also have a violation of probation. So in that case, your probation will, and that's out of Broward County, your probation is set at 0. Or, I'm sorry, your bond is set at 0. Dakota Hall.
I don't have.
They wasn't on our list, Your Honor. Bonded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ming Hong Lee. Sir, you're charged with, or arrested on a charge of possession of tetrahydrocannabinols, possession of cannabis less than 20 grams, and possession of drug paraphernalia. There's probable cause to support the arrests. I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. On the count one, your bond will be set at $1,000, $100 each on the following 2 counts. You also were out on bond for grand theft, third-degree motor vehicle in case number 19 CF 7593AO.
May I be heard?
You were on pretrial release for that. Yes?
We have a different case number, 2019 CF 4009AO. That's for the grand theft third degree.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was
19 CF 4009.
AO, yes.
Could I be heard on that case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, that case has no information filed yet. It's been well over 33 days since that charge. He was arrested for that charge on March 22nd, 2019, so we'd ask that you take no action. So we would just file a 33-day motion once you revoke this bond today.
I'm sorry?
Okay.
No, you don't have to explain it, but what was your quip at the end?
We would, if you were to revoke his bond, we would
Oh,
just
the
end up
threat.
filing
Oh, okay, I got you.
It's say no information's been filed, so there's.
I got it.
Okay.
Trust me, I got it.
Sorry.
But I can promise you, there's absolutely no need, counsel, for you to make the veiled threat to the court on what you're going to do. You have a job to do as a public defender.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have a job to do.
Yes.
So you do yours and I'll do mine, but I don't have to sit here and tell you what I'm going to do if you do X or not. And you don't have to do the same for me. Are we clear?
Yes.
Good. State, on Mr. Lee's charge, the grand theft charge, it looks as if has that case been filed on yet?
No, Judge. It looks like he was arrested on March 21st, and there was a conditional release, 0 bond, but there haven't been any charges formally filed yet. And State would ask that you revoke.
I'm sorry?
State would ask that you revoke any PTR bond.
It looks like it. Because the 33 days applies if he was in custody. He's not in custody here. So he was on pretrial release for the grand theft charge. So on the grand theft charge, the court is not going to take any action, Mr. Lee, regarding that particular charge. Public Defender's Office will be appointed to represent you on that case. Good luck to you. Jeremy Lloyd. Sir, you were charged or arrested on a charge of possession of 3,4-methylene deoxymethamphetamine. There's probable cause to support the arrest. The public defender's office is appointed. Your bond will be set at $1,000. Good luck to you. Blake Milstead. Mental health, thank you, ma'am. Thomas Harrison O'Keefe. Mr. O'Keefe, you were arrested on a charge of driving while license revoked as a habitual offender. There's probable cause to support your arrest. Do you want the public defender's office to represent you?
I'm going to hire a lawyer.
You're going to hire an attorney? All right.
Ma'am.
Your bond will be set at $2,500. Good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Jacob Daniel Perez. Are you Jacob Daniel Perez?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you were arrested on charges of possession of heroin with intent to sell and deliver, possession of heroin, possession of Xanax, possession of cocaine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. State.
Yes, Judge.
Talk to me about the possession of heroin with intent to sell and deliver and possession of heroin. Are we talking about the same drugs?
On the possession of heroin with intent and then the second count?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment, Judge.
Oh, no, I see it. I'm sorry. Okay. There is probable cause, sir, to support the arrest on those counts. Bond on the possession of heroin with intent to sell and deliver is $15,000. On the heroin, Xanax, and cocaine possession charges, those are each set at $150. $100 on the drug paraphernalia charge. There are two other cases, sir, that you have, one in Division 85 and a case in Division 15, where you are out on bond. In Division 85, you're out on bond on a battery charge, case number 19MM526AO. In Division 15, you're out on bond on possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, resisting without violence, resisting a merchant, and petty theft battery in 19 CF 5660AO. Your bonds in both of those cases will be set at none.
No information's been filed in the CF case.
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to note for the record that no information's been filed in the CF case.
When was he arrested?
I don't have the date. I know it's been over.
April 22nd, I believe.
I'll take no action on the CF case. Bond will be revoked on the battery case. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Dylan Robertson. Mr. Robertson, you've been arrested on a charge of aggravated assault with a firearm. State, talk to me about probable cause on this case, the aggravated assault charge.
I am looking for, oh, just a moment, Judge. Based on what is written in the affidavit, and statements by the victim, the defendant did present, and make visible a firearm and then threaten to shoot and kill the victim.
Oh, I see. Robertson presented a firearm and threatened to shoot and kill. All right. Sir, there's probable cause to support the arrest for aggravated assault with a firearm. Bond will be set at $2,500. You are to have no contact with the victim in that case. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you.
I should have a lawyer.
You already have an attorney to
I should have a
represent
lawyer.
you? I'm sorry?
I should have a lawyer. Mr. Abrams, I don't know why he hasn't appeared today.
Okay. Well, the Public Defender's Office will not be appointed to represent you. You're represented by Mr. Abrams? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You also have 8 violations of probation out of Volusia County.
Mm-hmm.
All 8 of those are set at no bond. And for purposes of, I guess, the record, I have court case numbers for Volusia 1711101, 1710523, 1710486, 1611867, 1611775, 2018196986, and 1811204. All of those have a no bond. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Otha Lee Shepherd? All right. Mr. Shepherd, you are charged with trafficking in more than 10, less than 200 grams of 3,4-methylene deoxymethamphetamine. There's probable cause to support that arrest. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your bond is set at $100,000. Good luck to you, sir. Edward Kimball Starcher.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're charged or arrested on a charge of burglary of a structure and grand theft 3rd degree. There's probable cause in the arrest warrant. Bond set at $2,500 on the burglary of a structure, $1,000 on the grand theft. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Good luck, sir. Michael Tomlin. Did he bond out?
1901. Oh, thank you.
Right. Misdemeanor non-pleables. First one is Brian Courtney Scott. Are you Brian Courtney Scott? All right. Mr. Scott, you have a failure to appear. Your bond is set at none. You have a city ordinance violation for urinating or defecating in public. There's probable cause for that charge. Public Defender's Office will be appointed to represent you. Bond set at $250. Good luck to you, sir. Shailene Atwell. Ms. Atwell, you have an arrest for driving while license suspended or revoked. There's probable cause to support the arrest. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Your bond is set at $500. Cody Greer Kellen. Sir, there is probable cause to support the arrest for driving under the influence. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Bond is set at $500 on that case. On 19 CT 1063 AW, where you posted a $500 cash bond for refusal to another charge, refusal to submit to a blood alcohol test. The bond will be revoked. New bond set at $2,500. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. And that's on 19 CT 1063 AW. Dion Martinez. Thank you. Andre Acevedo Vega. State, are you prepared to make an offer on, or can you make an offer on the drug paraphernalia charge? He violated his OR bond.
On who, I'm sorry?
He bonded out on April 26th. Actually, he was OR'd.
Is this Mr. Acevedo?
Yes. On a paraphernalia charge, and the current charge for his arrest is a trespass in an occupied structure.
Oh, I see. I just didn't have the possession. At this time, I was not prepared with an offer.
All right. Sir, you were arrested on a charge of trespass in an occupied structure. There is probable cause to support that arrest. Your bond will be set at $500. On case number 2019 MM3157, possession of drug paraphernalia, you were released on your own recognizance on August 26th. Your OR will be revoked. Your new bond is set at $1,500. Public Defender's Office will be appointed to represent you on both of those cases.
Mr. Acevedo would like to know if he could resolve his trespass today.
State, can he resolve the trespass today?
Just a moment. Sure.
Is
the state would extend a credit time served offer on the trespass.
I was just gonna wait till the end. I didn't. What did I say now? Did anyone ever tell you you look just like Kurt Russell? No? Are y'all related like cousins? Third cousins? What you do, you remind me of her. Okay.
Does the state have an offer on the paraphernalia? I think we addressed this. He was just asking.
No, they don't. She was not ready to do that one today.
Okay, thank you. So they're not going to include it. Okay. They'll just have to bond out.
Are you Andre Acevedo? Okay, I'm going to need you to speak up a little bit louder for me, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Acevedo, my understanding is that you want to enter a plea today to the trespass charge, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
I have been given a plea form. It has your name at the top. Did you sign it there at the bottom?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you read the plea form?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand the rights that you're giving up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand the nature of the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand the difference between a plea of guilty, no contest, and not guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand the maximum penalty for this second-degree misdemeanors that is punishable by up to 60 days in jail and up to a $500 in a fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, medication, or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or coerced you to get you to plea today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. If you are not a United States citizen, do you understand that by entering a plea today could result in you being subjected to deportation proceedings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, and do you understand that if you are on probation in another case, by entering a plea today, this plea could be used to violate your probation? Do you understand
Your
that?
Honor.
All right. And sir, do you wish to enter a plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how do you plead? Guilty or no contest? A guilty plea admits to the crime. A no contest plea says you neither admit nor deny.
No contest, Your Honor.
There's a factual basis in the file to accept the no contest plea. I find that you are entering the plea freely and voluntarily and that no one has forced, threatened, or coerced you to enter the plea. The court will adjudicate you guilty and order that you serve time served in custody. All court costs will be reduced to a civil judgment, and the other charge, the drug paraphernalia charge, the bond is set at $1,500. Good luck to you, sir. Jeb Bachman. Mr. Bachman, you have been arrested on a charge of stalk. Are you Jeb Bachman?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been arrested on a charge of stalking. There's a factual basis in the file to support the charge or to support probable cause for the charge. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. Has there been any contact with the victim?
No, Your Honor.
Right. You are to have no contact with the victim, and your bond will be set at $1,000. Good luck to you, sir. The next case is Zuleika Bruno. No.
Your Honor, would you please put the victim's name on the record? He's indicating you don't know who that is.
I'm sorry?
Would you please put the victim's name on the record so he knows who not to have contact with?
Vivian Dunbar, who was working at the Dollar Tree on 436 in Altamont Springs. Zuleika Bruno did what?
She refused, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Bruno refused. David Scott Grigsby. All right, Mr. Grigsby, you were arrested on a charge of petty theft. There's probable cause to support the charge or support the arrest. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. State, do you have an offer in this case?
At this time, I did not have an offer, Judge.
Sir, your bond will be set at $250. Good luck to you. LaWanda McKay. Are you LaWanda McKay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. McKay, you were arrested on a charge of petty theft, retail petty theft. There is probable cause to support the charge. Your bond is set at $500, and I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. State, do you have an offer on this case?
I do
It's
not.
what? Why? It is, isn't it? Nope, she does not. Your bond is set at $500.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Amanda Lee Rayburn.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Rayburn, you were arrested on a charge of retail petty theft.
Yes, ma'am.
I guess I added this right. There is probable cause to support the arrest. The bond is set at $500.
Yes, ma'am.
Next case is Jamar Saez. Are you Jamar Saez?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sir, you were arrested on a charge of retail petty theft. There's probable cause to support the arrest. Your bond is set at $500, and I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. What's the status of the grand theft, heroin charge, burglary to an unoccupied conveyance?
Your Honor, no information's been filed in that case. My note says it's been over 33 days, but I'll give you the arrest date. Just give me a moment.
State?
I have the arrest date as April 22nd, and there haven't been any charges yet.
All right, I will take no action on that. Good luck to you, sir. Jason Severino.
This is Severino.
All right, Mr. Severino, you have been arrested on a charge of possession of drug paraphernalia and possession of less than 20 grams of cannabis. There's probable cause to support the arrest. Your bond on the paraphernalia charge will be set at $500. And your bond on the cannabis charge will be set at $250. What's the status of the prior cannabis and paraphernalia charge?
No information's been filed. Arrest date is 4/11/2019.
State?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, no action on the drug charges. Eric Paul Turk. Are you Mr. Turk?
Hello?
Hello. Mr. Turk, you were arrested on for trespass after a warning and a conveyance in a store,
Yeah, in a store, yeah.
in Publix.
Was-
There's probable cause to support the arrest. Bond set at $500, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you.
He has no failure to appear, no felonies, no incarcerations, 7 misdemeanors. His Florida convictions consist of resisting without violence, trespass, violation of an injunction for protection, and no out-of-state history.
Those were convictions or arrests?
Convictions, ma'am.
And you say he does qualify?
Yes, ma'am.
Were those arrests, how recent were those arrests?
The last arrest was back in 2017. And that was for
trespass. No failures to appear?
None. No, Your Honor.
No other violations of some sort of control?
No.
All right, sir, I will release you on pretrial release. Good luck to you.
Release me on what, ma'am?
I'm sorry? You're gonna have pretrial release? Jawan Williams. Does not qualify.
What's me?
Are you Jawan Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Williams, you were arrested on a charge of trespass on property after a warning?
Your Honor, I have a probable cause challenge. In the arrest affidavit, it says trespass after warning. There's no testimony in the four corners of the affidavit that he was asked to leave. On this type of charge, someone has to ask someone to leave, and then they refuse to leave. There's nothing in the four corners.
State?
Yes, Your Honor. I do see here that, the manager wished to trespass. I'm sorry, one moment. I see here that it looks like the defendant offered statements that he had already been trespassed and told not to return, and that he refused. So, State would argue that there is probable cause.
Just with his statement alone?
Well, and the call from the manager, Mr. Torres.
There's no probable cause to support this arrest. So you're
State-
released OR. All right, so where are we now? James Adam Torres.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Could be better, but
Could
okay.
be better.
Thank you.
Looks like he has an out-of-county warrant. Sir, you have a warrant out of Volusia County.
Yes.
The bond is set at none. Oh, it's just one? It's good luck to you. They'll send you to Volusia County. Okay.
Thank you.
Reset for IA judge. Oh, Amith Feck? Are you Mr. Feck? No. She refused. Are you Kelly Gooden?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
For procedural history, this was reset from yesterday because Judge Ashton said that there was no probable cause for the burglary and the state was to provide a supplemental.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I did not receive any supplemental affidavit.
And so there was no probable cause found as to the burglary charge?
Yes.
All right, so he will be OR'd on the burglary charge. On the possession of paraphernalia, the bond is set at $100. Bond is set at $100 on the trespass. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent him.
Thank you.
Thank you. Donta Rucker? That you?
Excuse me, Your Honor, I just want to make sure. So Amethyst Feck, where she's refused, she's for tomorrow?
Amethyst Feck refused today. She's for tomorrow.
Okay.
Did she refuse yesterday? Is that like a second refusal?
Yes, Judge.
So this is refusal number 2? Do y'all normally set them 3 times? Just keep setting them? Okay, well, she'll be back up tomorrow, I guess. All right. Mr. Rucker. Sir, you have an arrest for battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting an officer with violence, resisting without violence, and being in the park after hours. I find probable cause on the resisting with, the resisting without, and being in the park after hours. State?
Your Honor, right now I don't see a battery on law enforcement officer. I'd request 24 hours to see if I can obtain a supplemental affidavit.
I'll give you 24 hours on the battery on a law enforcement officer. I don't see probable cause for that arrest in this particular statement myself. Bond on the resisting with is $150. Bond on the without is $100. Bond on being in the park after hours is $100. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Amanda Street. Okay, so
Why is she back? Because it looks as if Judge Ashton, why is it reset? It looks as if he already set. Was she not interested?
all right, are you Amanda Lee Street?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Street, it looks like you have a failure to appear for a charge on possession of cocaine and resisting without violence. Did he set an amount yesterday? Is that why we have that here?
Your Honor, I looked up the warrant. I looked up the warrant, and the bond amount was set at $1,500 on the first count, $500 on the second count, and $250 on the third count.
Okay. So your bond is set at $1,500 on the possession of cocaine charge, and then $500 on the resisting without. And then what's the status of the destruction of evidence, possession of paraphernalia, and trespass after a warning charge?
No information's been filed.
When was she arrested?
I'm looking that up now, Judge.
Okay.
Oh, it says on the face sheet, the date of arrest is April 2nd.
So I'll take no action on that. Good luck to you. And then she has this one. No. All right, so this is 19 CF 7575 AO. And in that case, you have a possession of cocaine, a resisting without violence, and a possession of drug paraphernalia. All right. There's probable cause to support your arrest on those counts. On the cocaine charge, your bond is $1,000, $500 on the resisting without, and $500 on the paraphernalia charge. Public Defender's Office will be appointed to represent you. Good luck to you, Ms. Street.
She's out on bond.
Is it a different case, or?
I'm not going to take any action on whatever she was out on bond.
Okay.
Carlos, thank you, Vero. Carlos Andre
Torres Cardona.
Cardona.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you have a you have two charges. First is retail theft greater than $300. I find there's probable cause to support that charge. Public defender will be appointed to represent you. Bond is set at $1,000. On the retail theft, 19 CF 7505. There's probable cause to support that arrest. Bond set at $1,000. Public defender appointed to represent you on that charge as well. Good luck to you, sir. Diamond Lachey Weary.
Yes.
Ms. Weary, you have a violation of probation. In that case, your bond is set at none. Public Defender's Office will be appointed to represent you. Good luck, Ms. Weary. Curtis Tyrone Young. Thank you. Anthony Reyes Fierro. Thank you. That'll be reset. Nelson Figueroa. That's you, sir. Sir, you have a charge of disorderly conduct. There's probable cause to support the disorderly conduct charge. The bond will be set at $250. As to the resisting and 2 paraphernalia charges, the bond will be set at OR. Public Defender's Office is appointed to represent you. Ernesto Enrique Medina, is that you, sir? Sir, you were arrested on a charge of disorderly conduct. There's probable cause to support that arrest. The bond is set at $250. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. Counsel, what's the status of the Division 19 felonies?
No information's been filed. March 19th, 2019 is your date of arrest.
All right. We'll take no action on the felony charge. Good luck to you. Dio Rusi. Carlos Sands.
I don't have that.
1901-6087.
Gregory Trowbridge.
Bond. Oh, I'm sorry. He's right here.
Okay. All right, are you Gregory Trowbridge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Sir, you have a county ordinance violation of soliciting without a permit. It's probable cause to support the arrest.
Is there an offer from the state? Credit time served.
So this is this the man who, I think it is, so, okay. Okay, ain't him. Didn't want to see us today. Thank you, ma'am. Sir, are you Gregory Trowbridge?
Yes, ma'am.
I've been handed a plea form that has your name at the top. Is that your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you read the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand the charge that you're pleading to today?
Yes.
Sir, do you understand the difference between a plea of guilty, no contest, and not guilty?
Yes.
And do you understand the rights that you're giving up by entering a plea today?
Yes.
Do you understand the maximum penalties that this would carry?
Yes.
Up to 60 days in jail, up to a $250 fine?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, are you under the influence of any drugs, medication, or alcohol?
No.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or coerced you to get you to enter a plea today?
No.
Do you understand that by entering this plea today, if you are not a United States citizen, you will be subjected, or you could be subjected to deportation proceedings? Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you enter a plea of guilty or no contest today and you are on probation, that this plea will be used to violate the terms of your probation?
Yes.
And do you still wish to enter a plea today?
Yes.
And so how do you plead to the charge of soliciting without a permit? Guilty or no contest?
No contest.
There's a factual basis to accept the plea. The court finds that you're entering the plea freely and voluntarily, and that you have not been threatened, forced, or coerced to enter the plea. I will accept it and sentence you to time served. Court costs will be reduced to a judgment. Sir, you have 30 days to file a notice of appeal. If you don't file that notice of appeal within those 30 days, you waive that right. If you don't have the money to hire an attorney to represent you for the appeal, I will appoint one to represent you. Good luck to you, sir. Last case I have is Ocean Kiara Vasquez. And she bonded. All right, we are adjourned.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.